I declare open this hearing of the Select Committee on Energy Planning and Regulation in Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. These are public proceedings, being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. Witnesses before parliamentary committees cannot be sued or prosecuted for giving evidence or for the content of the evidence they give. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a Senate committee. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the grounds on which the claim is made. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. Before I welcome our guests, I'd say that the committee is, and the Senate more generally, is thrilled at the credible level of participation that it's received from people who are giving evidence as witnesses and or putting in submissions. The high level of academic experience, knowledge, is some of the best I've ever seen in a Senate committee. And given the tight timeframes, I thank everyone for all the work that they've put in at such a great rate of knots. And on that, to welcome two of our esteemed academics, I'd now welcome Professor Michael Brear from University of Melbourne, who I believe is online, and Dr Dylan McConnell from the University of New South Wales, who is here before us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Dr Dylan McConnell. I'm a Senior Research Associate from the University of New South Wales, and I'm representing the collaboration on energy and environmental markets from UNSW.
Thank you, Dr McConnell. Professor Brear, are you with us?
Can you hear me, Senator Van?
I can. Can't see you, but I can hear you.
I'm having problems with my video. It worked 5 minutes ago before I went live on WebEx with yourself, but I don't know what's happening. But you can hear me. I apologise.
No problem.
My name is Michael Brear, Professor of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Melbourne.
Thank you, Professor. I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Professor Brear, do you want to go first? Or do you have an opening statement?
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I first note that I appear virtually today as an individual, not on behalf of my employer or others. But I'll summarise my submission and my contributions in today's hearing as follows. If we'd arise to the immense challenge of the energy transition in the coming decades, Australia will need to excel at integrated energy system planning and implementation on a truly national scale. This has two related, necessary and urgent conditions for success. The first is the need to establish comprehensive energy system planning, and the second is the need for several institutions to implement that planning. There's just one comparison. Australia's current domestic electricity system, which is a significant part of your terms of reference, built 5.9 gigawatts per annum of renewables and battery capacities between 2019 and 2023. The Net Zero Australia project that I've been involved in projects that to get to net zero by 2050, we need to build about 16 gigawatts per annum from today to get to net zero, or about 4.4 gigawatts per annum of new build from today if we do not intend to achieve significant abatement and just meet rising demand that results from population growth. So, even excluding exports, we must still roughly triple current build rates of renewables and firming, whilst implementing many other significant measures if we are to make significant progress. We will fall far short of net zero by 2050 if we continue at close to current build rates. And that finding is important when we're considering any part of our energy system, as this inquiry does. Now, the Commonwealth's net zero plan, I think is fair to say, is a work in progress. And again, this inquiry only covers part of the net zero plan's remit. But the net zero plan, hasn't yet stated how it will address the need for hundreds to thousands of billions of additional investment, how we would identify the required technologies and innovations, and that includes how do we rigorously determine whether we do or don't need technologies that are controversial for some or not permitted by current policy, determination of how many people we'll need by skill and location, and determination of who will undertake this planning, how its scope will be set, and how it will be reviewed by governments, the community and industry. A comprehensive plan needs that. Then, focusing more specifically on the terms of reference of this inquiry, if we are to make significant progress, we need to expand our ability to implement significant measures both outside and inside what I would call the Australian domestic electricity and natural gas systems that this inquiry considers. So within this inquiry's terms of reference, these agencies that are named in the TOR will have to implement numerous measures at an unprecedented rate, and they include new market and system rules that accommodate new technologies or accommodate existing technologies in new and improved ways, approvals to connect new assets at much faster rates than historically, including some that are essential at the system level but which would not pass current investment tests, enhanced protections for energy consumers, particularly low to middle income earners and industrial energy users, and new means of working with and supporting First Nations and regional communities, and finally new measures for maintaining public safety and environmental protection, particularly as new technologies become widespread. So whilst I don't have the answer to this question, my question I would pose to governments at state and federal levels is how can this collection of agencies and their processes be redesigned and resourced such that rapid progress is more likely? Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Breer. Dr McConnell.
Thank you, Senator. So as mentioned earlier, I'm part of the collaboration on energy and environment markets at the University of New South Wales. We are in the process of finalising a submission to this inquiry, and I'll aim to reflect the general themes within that draft, and I apologise for not having that prepared ahead of today's appearance. So the university's Centre Collaboration on Energy and Environmental Markets is an interdisciplinary research group that focuses on the design, analysis and monitoring of energy and environmental markets and associated policy frameworks. We bring together expertise, particularly with distributed energy resources or consumer energy resources, as they are more increasingly known as, and have a commitment to open source data, open source software processes in our analysis to support research and transparent policy analysis, among a range of other activities within our group. So our submission has two main strands. One is around the suitability of the existing institutional and governance arrangements, or perhaps lack thereof, as the case may be, and secondly around introducing or improving the openness and accessibility of the NEM's primary planning process, the Integrated System Plan. So on the first point, and without going too much into the backstory and the history, the current settings are very much, they're almost 25 or more than 25 years old. They're a product of competition reforms of the 90s, and they are based on a very highly prescriptive set of rules for a market system with a fairly slow and steady process for reforming those rules. And that process was perhaps suitable for the time, or suitable for incremental change, or slow and steady change with predictable changes to any settings that would not deter investment, and with the premise that the national electricity market, the competitive wholesale electricity market, I should say, is fundamental to the investment and operation of the electricity system, and that those competitive wholesale electricity markets would be largely driving investment and investment decisions. At the time, the establishment of these settings, climate change and emissions reductions were not as significant priority as they are today, and also there was, I guess, different technology expectations. This was, we had a largely coal and gas and hydro-dominated system, and the proliferation of rooftop solar that we see today was certainly not imagined by the original designers of the system. Since as a result of the substantial changes we have seen in technology costs, and also the increased emphasis on emissions reductions, this has put a lot of strain on this particular governance settings and arrangements, and this is we've basically seen limited change in the rules and the regulatory frameworks that set the boundary of the national electricity market, and that has led to a range of challenges, and the consequences of those challenges has been increased government intervention, particularly from state governments, but also increasingly the Commonwealth in the last 6+ years, essentially since 2016, and the system black event in South Australia. We've seen a large expansion of state intervention into this system that was predicated on, I guess, a market-led investment decisions rather than state-based activities. There has been essentially an implicit, if not in some cases explicit, loss of faith in the current settings, and we need to really, I guess, update our governance arrangements to reflect the current realities of the current system and the situation in which we find ourselves today. So on the second point, we have within our research group and more broadly a commitment to open source principles, and like to promote these across a range of activities. And we see this as important in improving trust in planning processes, and also quality and reproducibility of research. Having open data and open source software has significant benefits in the transparency and accountability of some of these planning processes, and we're actually seeing a broader adoption of these kind of approaches internationally. In the European Union, there is increasing reliance on, or recommendations to use open source software and open data in similar processes that we have in Australia. In the United States, we have their major National Renewable Energy Laboratory has a library of open source tools that they increasingly use for different planning processes. But we in Australia, have a dominance of a particular modelling framework that has some risks of introducing a sort of analytical monoculture where everyone is using the same thing and everyone ends up with the same results. So to that end, our sort of key recommendations from our submission are for an independent review of the institutional arrangements. And in particular, integration of consumers and the demand side into those institutional settings. And then finally, align planning activities with essentially open source software and open data principles. And with that, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Dr. McConnell. I would also just like to advise that representatives of the media have requested permission to film and take photographs of the committee's proceedings, and the committee, do I have agreement from the committee that that's okay? That's okay. Thank you, sir. I might start with some questions for you, Dr. McConnell. I know one of your areas of expertise and excellence is in governance around energy systems planning and the like, and regulation. You mentioned that you weren't sure whether or not one of your recommendations was a review of the market bodies as they exist today, AEMO, AEMC and AER. Where do you think that review would best be held? At a productivity commission? How deep or how large do you think it needs to be?
So, two parts to that. I think it's hard to do this review in isolation from what might happen in the post-2030 world. There is at least discussion about a post-2030 market design or market review, and it would make sense to do the review of the governance arrangements in the context of that review. In that sense, because the governance arrangements may be informed, or vice versa, by that review. There is some synergy and interplay between those two things. Productivity Commission would not be a bad choice. I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think the main thing is that it needs to be independent of the current market institutions. That's the key. It could even be, we've had independent reviews of these in the past. We had the Vertican review in 2015. Some kind of completely independent review may be appropriate. But yeah, I don't have particularly strong views on that, other than it should be at arm's length and independent from the existing market institutions.
I think a very good point. You mentioned two things. The often talked about 2030, post-2030 market review. Do you think waiting till then is too long? And I will admit that was part of the reason for you standing up this committee and this inquiry was, do we have 5 or so years to wait to try and improve the situation, or is it more urgent than that?
Look, I think it's more urgent, but also I'm cognizant of the ability to actually do anything within those timeframes. I think about the 2030. 2030 is 5 years away. If we start today on a significant reform and review of market arrangements and governance arrangements, if we were lucky, it would be ready by 2030. Even though 2030 is 5 years away, starting right now, I think is important. And it's not. I'm not suggesting this is a question that should be kicked down the road, or it's something we should do today. But I'm just cognizant of the time it takes to do such things and how long these things take in the past. And I guess also there are some risks around if scaring investors or putting off different stakeholders if you do a wholesale change very quickly right now. There are also risks if we don't get this right. So I think we need to be looking at this as soon as possible, but with a view to actually implementing some change, whatever that may be, in the 2030s.
Thank you. And yes, correct. I don't think everyone can stand up an inquiry as quickly as this committee did. So you mentioned also that as well as the generation, transmission and storage part of the marketplace, you mentioned consumers and other CR. Do you think at the moment the planning regulation part of it is almost silent on that consumer side, that behind the meter side of our energy system? Because after all, it is still part of our energy system.
Yes, it is, and it has been. It's been something that's been, I guess, critiqued as missing from the energy market arrangements or processes since its inception. Almost, the 2002 PARA review identified that the demand side, activity on the demands, progressing activity on the demand side was behind, and I think the same can be said today, 22 years later. And that is a product, I think, of a supply side focus of AEMO, but also the institutional arrangements that establish the existing setup. The extent of, we've got over 3 million rooftop solar systems across Australia, a lot of participation from consumers that was not really envisaged, well, certainly not as is, how it is currently occurring. That was not envisaged by the original system designers and planners. And so in some respects, it's not surprising that our governance arrangements and processes are not well suited to, or are currently not well suited to that. It is a big disappointment that it hasn't progressed that side of things in the last decade as much as it should have. It's worth pointing out that there was a review of the ISP, and one of the recommendations around that was improving the integration of demand-side resources into that process. And just last week, I think, AEMO's published a methodology consultation document, and one of the points that they are directly consulting on is this part. But yeah, that has come sort of from a ministerial process rather than from the existing arrangements.
Because it's safe to say that side of it, particularly rooftop PV, sort of just seemed to surprise our market bodies, but it's been coming on very quickly over a number of years, and they still haven't been able to keep pace with it, even though it's contributing such a large part of electricity generation in the market today.
Yeah, and expected to increase to contribute a very large part of the system in the future as well, and that's worth keeping in mind. Actually within the integrated system plan projections, distributed energy resources and distributed batteries actually play a very significant role, and the way that one of the criticisms of the ISP is how that is actually modelled and taken into account, and that may not reflect the real world sort of experience or how these things might play out in the real world.
Do you think, from a consumer point of view, primarily, but also just overall system costs, if all that's done properly and continues to grow at the pace it is, should we expect to see capital expenditure going on the supply side, as you called it? Do you think that might moderate, or do you think both will continue at a great rate of knots?
I think the answer is both. Well, both will need to in order to. I think Professor Breer pointed out the rate that we need to be growing our energy supply side just for business as usual. So it's not an either or, but getting even calling it the demand side is a bit problematic, because I was talking to colleagues about this morning. It is supply. It is it's a bit of a problematic term in itself, but the degree to which we do these activities on the consumer side, the demand side, however you frame it, should reduce costs and activity on the large scale centralised supply side as well. And that is not just generation; that is also transmission as well.
Yep. Thank you, Professor Breer. Given your work on the Net Zero Australia project, how would you assess that current planning is affecting or driving our change to a lower emissions economy?
So I make the distinction between planning of the entire economy and then planning of the national electricity and gas systems as per the TOR of this inquiry.
Just for clarity on that, Professor Breer, my reading of the terms of reference is we are talking about the energy, gas markets and delivery, electricity and gas market delivery and operational systems, if that helps clarify.
Certainly. But there is a need for a comprehensive plan that is wider than the TOR, and then the planning that's done in accordance with this inquiry should ideally be complementary to the broader effort. For example, Senator Van, the electricity generation and emissions associated with electricity generation and gas use, I think, are about 50 or 60% of our domestic greenhouse gas emissions. So therefore, what we need to do in the long term in those sectors relative to transport, relative to heavy industry, agriculture and so on, needs to be consistent. The planning that is currently done inside those two systems and consistent with the TOR exists within the ISP, but it also exists within several state agencies. For example, I can't remember all the acronyms. There's quite a few with each state, but several of the states have their own transmission planning at various stages of development. I don't think that planning that's consistent with your terms of reference has yet fully accommodated quite a few things, including the things that you were talking about with Dr. McConnell. So, for example, the consumer energy resources is one of them. There are others as well, though. Transport and what I would broadly define as industry. Now, industry includes agriculture, which I acknowledge are outside of your terms of reference, but also it includes the mining sector emissions and manufacturing emissions, broadly defined. So, for example, a cement manufacturer, which is a very large gas consumer typically, is inside your terms of reference. How they would decarbonise, how various types of mineral processing or smelting or other things, how they will decarbonise hasn't yet been fully planned for. And as part of that, the numerous things that I mentioned earlier on in my opening statement, the costs, the technologies, the people, and the review of those approaches hasn't yet been fully accommodated in that planning. I will just add one minor thing to Dr. McConnell's comment. I think right now about 25% of the installed capacity in Australia's electricity is rooftop solar. So that will continue to grow, as Dr. McConnell mentioned, but it's already a big number.
Very much so. I need to share the call around, Professor, but if I get time, I'll come back with some more questions. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to you both for coming along today. I might start with Professor, now was it Breer? Have I got that right? Yeah. Breer, thank you. I think I thought I heard you say in your opening remarks that that we need to build, was it 16 gigawatts of storage a year?
16 gigawatts of capacity, both renewables and firming.
Okay, but both renewables and that's why I wasn't sure. So do you have a breakdown? How much of that is storage compared to just renewables?
I'll take that one on notice, Senator.
Okay, no worries.
It's mostly renewables in the scenarios we've considered, and all of that information is publicly available on the Net Zero Australia website.
Cool.
But I can find that out for you, Senator.
Okay, great, thanks. Just while I'm on the report, it's been a little while since I looked at it, and you mentioned this in your submission, the problems of land access. How much land is needed to build renewable energy? And maybe if I just add the next bit of my question in now, how much is needed for, is it, for want of a better word, reforestation, carbon sinks, etc.?
Well, if we consider only the domestic energy system, which is consistent with the terms of reference of this inquiry, I can't tell you off the top of my head the percentage of land use for renewable generation, but if we include the export energy system and make projections of how much clean energy we'll export, the land use is very substantial. But they're very uncertain around quantities. Once again, I can give you those numbers. I don't have those at our fingertips today.
Could you take that on notice?
Certainly.
Thank you. Just going to your submission, you've got a table on, actually your submission's not numbered, but it's page 4 of the PDF. It compares the cost, I think, net present value or presumably capital costs. Does this include OPEX as well? Can you see the table at the top?
CapEx and OPEX.
Okay, so total cost of no abatement target and the net zero scenarios. So I might take, just looking at the total MPV column there, am I reading this right, that the cost of net zero is between 2.1 or $4 trillion compared to a baseline of no abatement target?
Yes, that's right. But you'll see that additional cost is primarily in the export NPV column, not the domestic column. So the additional cost for the domestic decarbonisation task is between $500 and $800 billion, going from no abatement target to net zero. But in the export NPV, it's more substantial, and therefore the totals are more substantial. But the caveat there, the most significant caveat there, Senator, is that the export NPV assumes that we maintain current levels of energy exports on an energy basis and replace those with clean equivalents. That's, of course, a big assumption, Senator.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, otherwise we'll be much poorer as a country. So, with that in mind...
Sorry, Senator, I emphasise there as well is that the export costs should not be paid for by Australians. They should be paid for by the people who are buying the energy from us.
But those costs, the capital costs then of those programs, this $2.1 to $4 trillion cost, it amounts to $80,000 to $150,000 per Australian. Is that right? That's if we're 26 million people. That's a lot of money.
I haven't done that calculation.
Right.
I don't want to do it off the top of my head, but I do emphasise that the export system costs, as that 2.6 trillion that we would otherwise have in the counterfactual, should be paid for by long-term contracts with our export partners, not by Aussies.
Not sure they're stacking up as commercial at the moment, but even if you take the other figures, the domestic market figures of $500 billion to $800 billion odd dollar extra cost, that's $20,000 to $30,000 per Australian. Is that right?
Once again, I haven't done that calculation per Australian, but that $500 to $800 billion counterfactual, so the additional costs of getting to net zero over achieving nothing in terms of abatement, is there, and that's an additional cost of getting to net zero.
So I mean, on your evidence and your modelling, it is a cost to the Australian public to meet a net zero target. Clearly, on your numbers.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And the thing for us is that I think we've been told, certainly in this place, we've been told by the so-called self-appointed experts that this was net zero is going to be a costless exercise. We certainly weren't told that it would be cost to the order of $20,000 to $30,000 per Australian. But I'm glad you've done this work because no one's done it in here. Can I just ask, with these assumptions, with the net zero target in your modelling, how do you treat Scope 3 emissions? Are the emissions associated with the construction of batteries or solar panels that might occur in other countries? We import most of those, of course. Are they factored into in your modelling?
The answer is it depends, Senator. I'm sorry to give you that.
That's all right.
Typically complicated answer. The Scope 3 emissions or what we might call the embodied emissions of equipment that we import into the country, we have not considered. But in our export analysis, the emissions of the fossil fuels that we currently export, coal, both thermal and metallurgical, and LNG, we do include in the export abatement target.
Right. Okay. Yep. So that would be on that latter point. Is that, to try and use an example, is that, say, the emissions that are, or any emissions that are created through the use of, say, our hydrogen exports? Is that where you're going with that one, just to make it tangible for me?
For example, at the moment, we're a very large metallurgical and thermal coal and LNG exporter. Those fossil fuels, as we export them, create between, hang on one second, Senator, create between 1,200 and 1,300 million tonnes of CO2 emissions offshore, which is about 2 to 3 times our domestic emissions. So we're talking about in this analysis, and that's why our export NPV is so substantial for the, as you earlier noted, we're solving a very large export abatement challenge.
So
it's larger than our domestic abatement challenge.
Yeah, just to understand this for me, your modelling is constraining or requiring those exports to get to net zero. That we'd have to get them down to being abated effectively.
We require both our domestic and our export emissions to get to net zero by mid-century. They are to some degree independent.
Yeah.
Well, they're actually independent constraints on our modelling, and we have done further analysis to separate those two out, hence our ability to show you disaggregated numbers for the domestic and export systems.
Sure. But I'm trying to understand here, if we import, say, solar panels to help create hydrogen, to make hydrogen, your model doesn't require, say, the solar panel factories of Xinjiang to operate on a net zero basis.
No, it does not, and formally that's an inconsistency in our modelling, Senator. But I would add that the energy and emissions required to make a solar panel are probably over its lifetime not a large part compared to the renewable electricity.
Except they're definitely smaller. But it is, as you say, they're just trying to establish that there's a slight inconsistency there.
It is.
Just going to, I've got your. I know you've produced lots of, and you've done excellent work. I should have said that up front. I've tried to read most of what you've done, but you've got so much. I'm sure I haven't covered it all. I'm looking at a report that you've done called Final Modelling Results, published in April 2023. On page 69 of that report, you've got a couple of charts. The title of which is Decarbonised Export System will cost 5 times more than reference case. I'm just trying to understand that. Is this mean that our customers of our energy would have to pay 5 times the cost for that energy relative to not achieving net zero?
I can't remember what slide is what on our many pages of slides, Senator, but I think you're right. From memory, if that slide is one looking at the cost of clean energy exports on an energy basis, so dollars per gigajoule, that is approximately right. We're finding that those clean energy commodities by mid-century are above $30 a gigajoule. When we first got those results, Senator, the war in Ukraine hadn't yet started, and we thought that was sobering, but then global commodity markets did their thing after the war in Ukraine, and even LNG went not too far below that for short periods. But compared to long-term costs of fossil exports to other countries, they are significantly higher. I would also add, Senator, we're doing further work on those questions, and we think, and I think it's an emerging consensus from other people working in this area that those costs are probably modelled to be too low. And more sophisticated
you're saying it would be even higher than potentially 5 times?
I think they could be higher, yes, Senator, but our further work will confirm that.
Look, I really congratulate you for this transparency. It's very important. I mean, you might not be able to answer this. I have a little bit of cynicism with my experience in especially North Asia, of their willingness to pay 5 times, potentially more than 5 times, the cost of energy, even in developed countries like Japan. Certainly, though, developing countries like India, there's just, I mean, I don't know, it's just zero prospect of that. I'm not sure if you can comment on that. Maybe you haven't done that work about a willingness to pay for this from our customers.
We haven't, Senator, but the export energy system will ultimately, the scale of Australia's export energy system ultimately depends on who's willing to pay what for what we produce.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I do have some questions for Dr. McConnell, but I realise you need to rotate the call, so if there's time, I'll come back. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Professor Breer, can I just ask, following on from my colleague's questions around the table that you have, I think it's on either page 4 or 5, that we were just talking about comparing no abatement targets and net zero scenarios. Did I understand your answer correctly in relation to the export column of that table, which is to say that that gap is anticipated to be paid by the export consumer, the consumers, that is the importers of that energy overseas? And can I just ask about in the domestic NPV, and that's the first column, the no abatement target of 4.3, that's based on projected increases in domestic demand?
Includes projected increases in policy population as per ABS projections. That then translates to changes in demand. We have, of course, improved energy efficiency in all of our scenarios. So, for example, your house in 30 years' time will require hopefully a smaller air conditioner than it does today to achieve the same objective, for example. So we have included population growth and learning in all of the technologies in these supply chains. Also in the no abatement target, we include, and indeed all of these numbers, both what Dr. McConnell referred to before as both the supply side and the demand side. So that includes a coal-fired power station or a wind farm, electricity transmission, distribution into the homes or our businesses or our heavy industry. And it also includes things like the cost of buying a new car, whether that's an internal combustion engine-driven vehicle or an electric vehicle or some variation.
And so when that table is followed by these additional costs arise from numerous investments, is this the investment cost that we're talking about here?
These numbers they're all costs and they're all net present values of costs. So they're both capital and operating costs. As you transition to lower emission systems and ultimately a net zero system, you tend to find that your environment investments become heavily capital intensive. So, for example, today, if you were to build a brand new coal-fired power station, probably 3/4 of the cost of that whole power station over its lifetime would be the coal cost. Whereas if you were to build a wind farm today, about 80 to 90% of the total cost of that asset is the capital cost. But that's similar things occur if you buy an electric vehicle versus a gasoline fueled vehicle for your home. A gasoline car is mostly your fuel bill and a bit of capital, and the purchase and maintenance as well. An EV is mostly the capital cost of the EV and the running costs and your electricity bill are a smaller part of your total costs. So I could have split out equivalently a table that showed the changes in total capital costs of these different scenarios, but that then ignores the significant ongoing costs, particularly the costs of buying fossil fuels in the zero abatement target cases. But there is an additional capital intensity that we need to understand as we transition to low emission systems.
So there's a capital...
Similar things are also, sorry, Senator. No. Similar things also happen if we were to build nuclear power stations.
And so that's what you're saying is there's a high level of capital costs in the renewable options, but the input costs reduce significantly, and that's the difference between that and fossil fuels.
Well, the fossil fuel costs, of course, diminish because we use a lot less of them.
Of course. Now, can I just ask, this modelling that you've referred to, that's not modelling the current government's policies, is it? It's basically an independent model.
Completely independent of any government effort. So we've set for the domestic energy system, we started this project in 2021, and when we did that, we set our and that was when the government signed up to the Glasgow targets. Is that the reason for 2021? No. The reason we started in 2021 is that we had a discussion in 2020 as a team of collaborators to kick it off. So we actually formally started this project under the Morrison government, and at that stage there was a different set of targets for the Australian Commonwealth. We set a target starting from 2020 and going in a straight line to 2050 domestically, and for our exports starting in 2030 and going to 2060, because our main export customers have 2060 targets, not 2050 targets. It just turned out serendipitously that our 2020 to 2050 straight line for the domestic system was similar to the Albanese government's adopted target when they came in.
Okay, thank you. Professor McConnell, can I ask you some questions in relation to the open data and open source point you made in your opening statement? Mm-hmm. Last week we had the three regulators in AEMO, AEMC and the Australian Energy Regulator, and they at various stages set out the information and the parts of the process that are made public. In terms of the open data, what's the data that you need to see in addition to that, given that, at least at a very first blush level, it looks like there's an enormous amount of their process data that's already available publicly? Yeah,
that's correct, and that's a good point. And actually, AEMO is, I guess, very good at making a lot of their data publicly available, particularly their market data. I was actually involved in setting up a project called OpenNEM that makes that more publicly available, incidentally. So there's two points to this. One is that having the data available is one thing. Having it actually in a useful format that is other analysts and other stakeholders can engage with is another thing. You typically may need specialist software to access some of this stuff, or it's available in poor or proprietary formats. So yeah, there's a distinction to be made between having the data available and having it available in a useful format. But yeah, particularly AEMO should be commended for the level of data they do make available. That said, there is also a lot of room for improvement in what data is made available. Particularly in the context of the ISP, they publish a lot of the input assumptions. There's workbooks and there's a lot of renewable energy traces and so on, and demand traces that you can access, albeit not in a particularly useful format. The outputs, however, are extremely coarse, and that is something that I would personally like to see some of the outputs from their modelling process be more transparent and published. These are big data files, but in this day and age, with IT costs the way they are, that is not a particularly significant challenge in my view. And having more of the results published on the transmission or the ISP planning side of things would be a valuable thing as well. But yeah, and that is separate to being able to actually do useful things with the data, which is where the sort of open modelling sort of question and open software comes into it.
And at a simplistic level, if we're talking about open software, we're really talking about allowing members of the public to play around with the inputs or the scenarios and basically do comparisons that way.
Yeah, I would say members of the public is one group of stakeholders, but it's broader than that. It's actually also government departments. It's also other participants in the electricity market, other advocates and so on. So it's typically the dominant. It used to be the case that there were multiple models used in this process. So there was a bit of competition, let's say, or there's competitive tension between multiple model providers. I believe, when I over a decade ago when I first was looking at this, there was 2 or 3 different software. Now there is essentially one, and there are costs associated with using that, and having a more open framework opens up not just to general public. There may be interested people in the general public that want to do that, but actually a much wider range of stakeholders and other researchers as well.
Professor McConnell, are you able to give us a quick summary of the performance of Australia's coal fleet of assets currently, and whether you think that fleet will and or should continue to be operating to 2035 or 2040?
Yeah, so the performance, it's certainly something that's in recent, it's declined. Let's say since about 2016, the forced outage rate, as the term is used to describe how reliable it is, has declined since in the last. The forced outage rate has increased, which means its reliability has decreased. That said, there is sort of evidence and data that suggests that it has actually improved in the last 12 months. So we may have reached a sort of nadir in declining performance. That said, these are aging assets. Their announced retirement dates are. I think it's 70% of coal capacity will be expected to be closed based on announced retirement dates by 2035. If you look at what some of the projections from the market operator and other analysts, it'll be well before that, and that is not independent of some of these questions about reliability and its ability to reliably contribute to the electricity system.
And what do you think needs to happen in order to ensure that coal fleet of assets can be retired with minimal negative impacts on prices and reliability?
That's a big question.
And if you want to give us a broad brushstrokes answer here and provide additional,
well, I mean,
notice.
At a higher level, this a little bit comes to the question of the role of markets and how much we want to let the private sector decide this, and or we want to have a coordinated exit, with the government playing a role in ensuring these shut in an orderly fashion that are not disruptive to energy consumers. Look, I don't think there is I think there's a variety of answers to how you might manage this. I'm personally quite open to the idea of something like a strategic reserve, or where that you have some resources that are, you have essentially resource an insurance product that protects the electricity system and consumers against unscheduled outages, and without distorting the market. But yeah, there are many different alternatives there, and yeah, it's a big question.
To take as an assumption, so we've seen an increase in the volume of renewable generation in the national energy market, and assuming that that continues to increase either at the current rate or at some rate, to the point where you've got a significant proportion of energy generated in that market through renewables, what are the challenges of introducing a nuclear power sector into a system in, let's say, the mid-2030s that is, at that stage, has a significant, perhaps more than half of its energy generated by renewable energy?
Yeah, sure. So right now, our national electricity market is at about 40% or just below 39% renewable generation. So that's wind, solar, and hydro. So we're not far off that 50% figure you put forward. And yeah, depending on how the next decade goes and how successful some of the policies we have, things like the capacity investment scheme or other state initiatives, then by the mid-2030s we'd be expected to have well in excess of 80, close to 90% renewable generation. And that is a difficult system for a capital-intensive asset like a nuclear power plant that economically would prefer very high capacity factors. One of the challenges that is facing coal plants today, and one of the reasons that they are under increasing economic pressure, is because of renewable energy sort of undermining their preferred profile and utilisation rates as well as prices, and you would expect the same dynamics for something like a nuclear power plant in 10 plus years from now. That they will, how they interact with renewable energy, it does present a challenge for their economic viability.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got one quick one. I'll just give our next witnesses a heads up that we might be a few minutes late. Okay, then I'll try and wrap it up pretty quickly. Dr. McConnell, in answer to a question from Senator Gosh, you talked about AEMO and the ISP being very transparent with all the data they put forward. I would agree with that. There's an enormous amount of data that goes in there as inputs. Was I correct or were you trying to say that the outputs are less transparent or less accountable? Is that because all that input goes into almost like a black box, and just a result comes out and you can't see why that result was achieved?
In a nutshell, yes. So the resolution of the data that goes in is extremely high. The resolution of the data that comes out is quite low. It's sort of annual level information as opposed to half an hour or something. Particularly if you're thinking about some of the challenges that are facing our system around, or potential challenges around difficult weeks in 2035 and so on, and understanding some of those dynamics. That's not really something you can easily explore or analyse from what is published in the results. But there's a whole range of potential outputs that are not there.
Yeah. Thank you. And that black box lack of granularity is akin to a lack of accountability for the product that's coming out. Is that fair?
That's from my perspective, that's absolutely fair.
Do you think that sort of process or that modelling would that answer the question as to why the ISP only puts forward transmission projects and not other forms of projects that should be pushed forward?
I think that's actually a high level issue in that the ISP is still notionally a transmission planning document. That's its role in a large to a large degree. It has evolved, but if you look, its origin it is a transmission planning document. So it is in some ways unsurprising that transmission is the answer that comes out of that. They have moved, they've improved their processes and considerations around the different inputs that go into that. But as a transmission planning document, the outputs and how they get used in the processes are very transmission oriented. But that's a higher level question than the detail that comes out. You could perhaps infer some of that, or you can, and people do. You can say we need to do X, or infer information from that. But you could infer more, or have more confidence in the results, or more insights if more of that was made publicly available.
Thank you. It's interesting that you look at the 2018 ISP, the 2024, and the 2018 was far less transmission oriented, or at least had other options. Do you think it's fair that our integrated system plan should go beyond just or have such a heavy transmission focus?
Well, that goes back to the roles and responsibilities question, and what is the role and point of the ISP, and if it is supposed to be a broader, larger system planning exercise, then it should absolutely go beyond transmission planning. But yeah, that is, I guess, a different role than it has historically played, and will, in my view, require some governance changes to AEMO or to the institutional settings and frameworks that within which AEMO sits, because to date that has not happened.
One last question: do you think from when it was first set up, it was set up to be independent of government and a market? Do you think the re-entry of governments, particularly state governments, and how they're directing different projects to happen, do you think that's having a negative impact on the planning process and on the transition's potential success?
It's certainly having, where I see this is not so much a negative or positive question, but an accountability question, and who is responsible for decisions made and things that are taken into account in these processes. Those lines of accountability are a bit blurred, and there is some role confusion, and there's sort of this issue of AEMO reflecting government policy and being held up as an independent source of advice, when in actual fact it may be just reflecting decisions made, government decisions. That in itself is not necessarily a bad thing, but except for this sort of accountability and transparency point where it's held up as an independent system planner when it is actually very much doing planning activities for different jurisdictions.
An important point, very well made, Dr. McConnell. Thank you. I thank both witnesses for appearing today. Sorry,
Chair. And sorry, Dr. McConnell, I didn't get time to ask you questions, but thank you for your submission. Just quickly to Professor Brer, if he's still on the line. You did mention that our energy exports could be even higher than 5 times cost, as previously found. Just asking, is there any way to summarise what are the drivers of that? Why are you potentially finding that it'll be more than 5 times?
Well, there's a lot of uncertainty along the whole bunch of the exports of clean energy supply chains. What's the future cost of large-scale solar, all the way through to the future cost of a large-scale electrolyser and so on and so forth to make green hydrogen, for example. But there's also the capital risk and the approval delays and so on. So those, I think we'd be confident to say that the costs that are in the report that has been published are likely to increase as we refine our modelling, due to a bunch of different factors, etc.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Thanks again, Professor.
Thank you. I thank our witnesses for your evidence today. The committee has set Tuesday, 12 November 2024 as a due date for answers to questions taken on notice, if there were any. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives of Energy Consumers Australia via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Good morning, or afternoon now. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us, Chair?
Yes, I can.
Oh, yeah, good. My name's Brendan French. I'm the CEO of Energy Consumers Australia.
My name's Liz Stevens and I'm the General Manager of Public Affairs and Strategy here at Energy Consumers Australia.
Thank you.
If you can hear me, I'm the Luddite in the room. Mr Chair, Michael Shaper, I'm the Chair of the Energy Consumers Australia, desperately trying to see why the system won't allow me to unlock the actual screen itself so as to be visible.
We can certainly hear you, so welcome. If you manage to sort out your video, we'll look forward to seeing you as well.
Thank you.
Does anyone have an opening statement to make?
I do, which is a little bit awkward given you can't see me, but I'll keep it short if I can, Mr Chairman. So thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm Michael Shaper. I'm the Chair of Energy Consumers Australia, as I mentioned, and as also previously introduced to you, we have our CEO, Dr Brendan French, and our General Manager of Public Affairs and Strategy, Liz Stevens. I'll keep this short because I realise time is of the essence here, and but a couple of quick points that we would like to make at the outset. And in doing so, of course, obviously also acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, traditional custodians of the ACT and the parliamentary precincts as well, and recognise their connection to the lands in which this is taking place. A quick overview of us and where we sit. We're the independent national voice for residential and small business energy consumers. We were set up in 2015 to promote the long-term interests of both Australian residential households and the small business community, to decision makers and industry, to regulators, to government, to the other players in the energy sector as well. We're structured as an independent, not-for-profit organisation, and that independence is fairly integral to our ability to provide evidence and input into the processes in which we're involved. We're funded by levies paid for by consumers within the NEM states. It is a passingly small amount. It equates to much less than 1%. It is approximately 0.03% of an average household electricity bill, or that is to say about 66 cents in the average bill. And that hasn't changed effectively in the 10 years or so since our inception. Back in 2015, it was 65 cents. In the bill today, it is 66 cents. That leaves us with a budget approximately of about $9.5 million. In 23-24 financial year, we had a $9.6 million budget, $2.6 million of which went to grants that we fund for external parties, and leaving us with about $7 million to operate an organisation with 25 staff. We run a very lean entity. We seek simply to break even, and in comparison to the other players within the sector, especially in the decision-making processes of government and regulatory frameworks, it is passingly small to have 25 staff compared to the resources available elsewhere. We have a 5-member board that I chair, it's selected by an independent panel under the auspices of the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council. Happy to go into governance issues later on in more detail if needs be. We also have under our constitution a reference committee, which is an advisory group of consumer and small business bodies. Our major focus is research into small business and consumer issues, engaging in the issues, in the processes, including meeting with industry, government and regulatory bodies, making submissions as issues are raised, funding work of other organisations, including grants, as I mentioned before, and working collaboratively with those other organisations to promote the needs and interests of both consumers and small businesses. And that can be a fairly diverse group of other parties, ranging from councils of social services, peak small business bodies, and a cohort of others as well. And we're also trying to build the capability of other voices within the consumer and small business space. We're unique in that, it's, to the best of my knowledge, Australia is the only country that has specifically made provision for a national voice for consumers and small businesses within the overarching frameworks and decision-making processes. No other advanced developed economy has done that, and we think that makes an important contribution. It's one of the few countries in the world where you have a national consumer body that can actually provide a full picture when it comes to this most complex policy area, which is energy area. We're one of only a handful of bodies that also provides research funding so as to ensure that consumer and small business expectations, needs, behaviours in the market are researched and understood, and that information is made available wherever possible publicly. And we also provide that independent expertise to all the other players in the sector about this most complex area. Finally, we're also the only body that actually has a small business ambit, and they are one of those other cohorts that might be often overlooked, but to whom there is a real significance and sometimes a real difficulty in getting access, even though it's one of the primary input costs today for most small businesses. I can go into more detail about it, but given, Mr Chairman, the time in which you've got available, we might be happy to defer quickly to questions. I'd just say in closing, we've already provided with the committee with a copy of our 2025 to 28 strategic plan, which lays out where our focus over the next 3 years. But as I said, we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. That is most helpful. Some questions around the need for ECA, if I may. We just heard from Dr McConnell before about AEMO and the whole energy planning regulation model, including the 3 market bodies, is very good at being transparent, but it's not very good at being accountable. Was that lack of accountability one of the reasons or a driver for ECA to be stood up?
That I think we're speaking back to the past. I might see if my colleagues have anything to add to that, but I think you've probably got me at a bit of a loss there, Mr Chairman, in the sense that in the 10 years since we've been there has been some turnover, so I'm not really fully conversant with the originating history of the entity. I don't know if Dr French has got anything he wants to add to that.
Thank you, Michael. Mr Chairman, I can give you a little background, if you like, to the establishment of ECA. There's a couple of reasons I think that it was deemed that there needed to be an expert voice for consumers to represent not just consumer experience, but also the standing of consumers in decisions that affect them with regard to energy. As you know very well, it's a deeply complex and sometimes quite arcane area filled with economists and engineers, and so it's very hard for consumer advocates to engage with a lot of the policy work the governments, market bodies, regulators and others engage in. And so it was deemed that there needed to be a body with sufficient resourcing and technical know-how to be able to represent the consumer voice and also to be able to turn to consumer organisations and build their capacity to engage in those processes, so as to be sort of an intervening body. The other thing, of course, is 10 years ago, the NEM was gathering steam. There was a knowledge that there was going to be very considerable changes coming in the energy system, as we've seen, and so it would be good to have a foundational consumer voice available to represent their interests.
Thank you. It's on the public record, but one of the key drivers for this inquiry was the fact that while the Senate can call Australian Energy Regulator to send out estimates, we can't call AEMO or AEMC to send out estimates. And so there is no pathway for those organisations, particularly AEMO with its huge planning authority and the enormous amounts of investments that it drives forward. Without that accountability, consumers can't have much of a view about how that work is being done on their behalf. Would you agree?
I would say ECA's perspective on this is that we're fortunate to be able to engage with AEMO and the other market bodies quite regularly. I meet with them every month, every couple of months, and as the committee may well know, we've been invited by Commonwealth and jurisdictional ministers to attend the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council. This gives us the opportunity to represent the interests of consumers, to articulate the particular issues that consumers are facing at that time, to illustrate the changing sentiment or attitudes, behaviours, impacts on consumers. Chairman, you may know that we have conducted a very extensive range of surveys now for the entire decade that we've been in existence, and that information we provide to the market bodies and others to feed into their considerations. And so from our perspective, we engage very closely with the market bodies, and we've got very good relationships. And when it comes to the ISP that you mentioned, we provide submissions to, as you know, the ISP has grown in scope and consideration over the years. We believe it's a good document, and in fact, many of the organisations that we talk with internationally feel that it's among best in class. There are elements that we know AEMO and governments are looking to extend the aegis of that report, and I heard you mention earlier in the hearings today, Chair, that there might be value in having the ISP represent a broader whole of system consideration rather than its historical focus on generation and transmission, and we support that. So we feel that there's a lot of discussion of the work that AEMO, AMC and the AR do, and certainly their engagement with consumer bodies has historically been strong.
Thank you. As far as I'm aware, I don't believe that there is in any other energy markets around the world a market operator that also has the role as central planner. You said you compared against other jurisdictions. Can you name any that do it that way?
Not in terms of central planning, Chair, more with regard to the picture that the ISP document gives of the next 20, 25 years. I think as a document, it's very helpful for people to be able to perceive what planning opportunities exist over the next generation. And we would like to see the document broadened to include, for example, elements regarding the distribution network and also consumer energy resources to give a broader whole of system insight. Because as you say, it is hard for consumers and consumer organisations to really be able to engage with some of this because it is a highly technical domain.
Thank you. And you mentioned the ISP comes out of its historical transmission planning background. We're now at the sixth ISP, fourth ISP over 6 years. Yet it's still focusing on transmission almost entirely. As energy consumers, are you not concerned that we're not getting a whole of system view out of this planning process?
Certainly, we think that a whole of system view is in everyone's best interest, consumers, decision makers, and others.
Just one last question. In your role, and you say you get to you get to put questions to them, etc. I don't remember seeing any. And this is a genuine question. Do you publish any reports on ECA's view of AEMO's performance, how the transition's rolling out, how we are bringing down emissions, or any other measurement or accountability on behalf of consumers?
Chairman, our focus, as you might expect, is very much on consumer experience, particularly with regard to supply, affordability, reliability, and so on. Our role really isn't to critique the market bodies or to provide sort of performance assessment of their work. I imagine that's more a matter for government and others.
But those roles happen. Every energy company does that role. There's lots of bodies that do that role, fair trading, etc. I would have thought you were in the unique position to take a much more critical eye over what's happening on behalf of energy consumers.
We are very actively engaged in conversations with market bodies and governments and others, and as you mentioned, Chairman, we do a lot of work when it comes to reports and submission writing and providing an empirical data set for decision makers to use so that they can ensure that the decisions they make have all the best reference they can manage to consumer interests. This is something that we take very, very, very seriously. As you would be aware, and as Dr. Schaefer mentioned, we also provide a grants function which allows any number of organisations, whether it's academic institutions, individual practitioners, community organisations, advocacy bodies and others to examine their place in the energy system and to provide input into network resets and retailer price discussions and government and market body policies. And so we provide a broad range of services to enable that conversation to occur.
I'm sure you do. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask first, I think you're doing some work on, I think you mentioned doing some work on small businesses, the cost of electricity to small businesses, particularly I think you've got something called a small business tariff tracker. Could you just outline what that work is and what the results of it show? I mean, have electricity prices for small businesses increased over the last couple of years?
Dr. Draper, I'm happy to take that question if you wish. Yes, you're right, Senator. We do quite a lot of work with small businesses across a variety of engagements. One that we have historically done is focus on the retail price that small and medium enterprises pay for their energy usage, electricity and gas. And what this does is it allows a sort of a longitudinal view of published energy prices that small businesses pay. And what that has shown is in line with the rest of the consumer segments, prices have gone up over the last number of years, particularly in that period in and around the middle of 2022 when we saw prices spike in the markets.
What's sort of been the rough average increases for small businesses, let's say, in the last 2 years?
Well, it depends on jurisdiction, so it depends on state and the nature of the contracts that are used. What we have access to, Senator, is published prices. Now, of course, as you know, consumer bodies, whether they're households in the retail market or small businesses, can negotiate their own contracts, and also there are many suppliers to whom they can go for better deals. What we have seen is something in the order, depending on jurisdiction, of a sort of 8 to 20% increase over the last 2 to 3 years. Again, state by state, the circumstances differ.
It was 8% nationally last year.
8% last year.
8% increase for small businesses last year, but that's the underlying price. It doesn't take into account the rebates and other things that can influence energy prices that the small businesses actually see.
Yes.
I've just got some figures that I think came from you, reported by the Daily Telegraph recently. It shows in New South Wales under essential, and if you're with essential energy, a 38% increase. If you're with Endeavour, a 52% increase. This is over the 2 years I asked you for. South East Queensland, 49% increase. Is that right? Are these figures, is that about right? Because they're different from what I've just heard.
Well, I guess I was speaking in regard to the state-by-state experience rather than a retailer-by-retailer experience. We can provide further detail from the tariff tracker.
Okay, maybe on notice if you could. If you could do that on notice. Last week we heard from the head of AEMO that he can't guarantee that power prices will fall, which is a little news to us who have heard constantly that the transition's going to be cheaper, better, everything, but apparently prices aren't coming down. I mean, the prices, the increases we've seen last couple of years are, I suppose, reflective of that. Why, in your view, isn't the transition leading to lower prices?
Again, I'm happy to take that question unless others wish to. I wouldn't necessarily make a connection between transition and prices in every instance. As you know very well, the power bill that people receive is what's sometimes called a cost stack. So there are multiple elements that sit within it across the entire value chain of the industry. So whether that's generation or transmission, network, retail, and so on. And what we're finding is that quite commonly, if prices in one part of the market go down, they often go up in others, and quite commonly also outside of the control of decision makers. And what we would say in terms of the prices that consumers are facing is that there's real value in ensuring that at the high end, at the network end, everything is done to try to ensure that locational signals and congestion relief are considered in decisions affecting the establishment of generators. But when it comes to networks, that there's full utilisation of the network before it is augmented. And we've done some work with University of Technology in Sydney to assist the regulator and others to determine the right kind of metrics to ensure that the network companies are using all of their infrastructure and their assets to the best possible outcome. When it comes to retail, we've been pleased to see governments across the country focus through a recent consumer reform package on ways to ensure that retail contracts don't continue to sort of ratchet up step by step, and that in fact there are ways of trying to control some of the costs that people pay, because as you would know, for some time the focus has been very much on consumers going out and switching and getting a better deal. So the exertion has been very heavily placed on consumers to get into the market and get a better deal, but not all consumers can. And so it's important, we think, that from a retail perspective, work is put in by governments and others to make sure that the prices people are paying are reasonable and fair, and that people in exposed circumstances aren't paying more than their fair share. And then the final element that we think is important is energy efficiency at the home, because obviously the most expensive energy is wasted energy. And a lot of Australians live in homes that could certainly do with energy efficiency upgrades. And so we're pleased to see a number of the jurisdictions focusing on that at the moment. So they're the sort of the big four elements that we think need focus in order to consistently bring prices down.
Can I just ask you, you've got a report, just changing tack. There's a report I've seen on your website about cost-reflective network tariffs. It's titled Cost-Reflective Network Tariffs Aren't Very Cost-Reflective. And this is about apparently, or focuses on a proposed rule change by the Australian Energy Market Commission that would allow retailers to change the retail price structure of their customers without their consent. You go on to say that, and I quote from the report, that an underlying assumption driving this potential rule change is that there is a strong and necessary case for transferring every household and small business to a cost-reflective network usage tariff, even if the retailer doesn't pass it on. We believe this assumption warrants re-evaluation. That's the end of the quote. Can I just ask it, why have you got problems with this rule change? What are the issues?
Well, to be clear, Senator, the rule change that the AEMC is proposing is to disallow retailers to mandatorily or unilaterally move people into cost-reflective or time-of-use tariffs. So at the moment, at a certain point, if someone comes to your door and changes your old analogue meter to a smart meter, at the same time, you might find that the nature of your bill and pricing changes because the new smart meter allows the retailer to determine prices based on the time of day. What we're suggesting is that that's not necessarily in everyone's best interest, certainly not until consumers have the opportunity to determine how readily they're able to shift their demand, to shift their usage across the day. So, some consumers, particularly, for example, those who work from home, or people who can shift their usage from peak times to off-peak times, they might find that a time-of-use tariff is better for them. But we also are aware that there are large cohorts of the community who can't shift their load, who've got to wash the kids after school, who've got to make dinner, who've got to get up and have showers in the morning, and who can't move their load across the day terribly effectively. And what that means is if they're paying more for peak pricing, overall they might pay more. So we're pleased that the AEMC has said we're not going to unilaterally shift you to time-of-use pricing. What they've said is that there'll have to be a minimum period of 3 years in which consumers can't be shifted automatically to this new tariff regime, and that in that period of time, consumers will be given enough information to determine what the best tariff and pricing structure for them is.
Just my final question, Chair, another topic. Just another report that you've released recently in the last few months, titled Power Up, Consumer Voices in the Energy Transition. You conclude in this report that there is misinformation and even disinformation, apparently, that's preventing people from supporting the transition. You identify here that, quoting, nearly all consumers had heard or seen at least one negative piece of information. The most commonly reported were negative environmental health impacts of wind and solar farms. Are you concluding that Are you saying that negative information about wind and solar farms is a form of mis or disinformation?
What we're saying, Senator, is in the absence of broader information, there is a lot of uninformed speculation that's occurring. We actually recently conducted a set of surveys of over 4,000 consumers, households and small businesses, to ask them where they get their energy information from and what do they know, what don't they know. We were quite taken with some of the results. For instance, 49% of households and 59% of small businesses said to us that they had no recollection of hearing, reading or seeing anything about energy in the previous 12 months.
Sorry, I've got limited time because the chair is wrapping me up. My question didn't go to that. My question went to, do you think, because you haven't put in your report here, unless you can point to me otherwise, you didn't and haven't put the caveats you've just placed on it to us. Your report says, and I directly quoted it, that one piece of negative information was negative environmental or health impacts of wind and solar farms. That's under a heading titled misinformation or disinformation. Now, Mr. French, I have many, many constituents who aren't too happy about pristine wilderness in their backyards being destroyed by wind turbines. These are industrial. These wind turbines are 100 metres taller than the flag in this building, and they're going into areas of pristine environmental wilderness. I'm working with conservation groups, believe it or not, about this. Now, I would suggest, unless you can point me otherwise, your report is an example of misinformation, because you're trying to suggest here there are no negative impacts of wind farms, which is clearly wrong. Now, you could have a different opinion that the balance, that we need to destroy these pristine wilderness places because we have to do this transition. But you've broadly stated here that information saying there's negative environmental impacts of wind farms is misinformation. That is itself clearly misinformation. They do impact the environment. They do destroy large parts of our pristine wilderness. They do destroy the habitats of koalas, of sugar gliders and other beautiful things in this country. And so played me on notice, I don't know if you've got a response to me, but I noticed could you identify in your report where you've actually outlined that the legitimate views of some people to protect our natural environment are worthy of consideration and debate in this country?
I'm happy to come back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for our witnesses for being here today. I'd like to go back to one of the answers that was given a few minutes ago in relation to the increases or the number that was cited in relation to small business cost of energy. Now, I understood that answer as the increase was stated, but it didn't include rebates and government energy relief measures. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And my understanding is that once you take into account those rebates and energy relief measures, the energy prices for small businesses have not gone up. Is that right?
One thing I'd say, Senator, is the relief you're talking about, if I'm correct, mostly has occurred in the last year. The first year of the energy rebate program was predominantly at a consumer end, at a household's end, and less so for small businesses, which is why I was unsure about the 2-year time frame. We will come back to you with sort of quite careful detail by retailer and by state to cover both of those.
That would be great. And if you are able to provide that number in relation to, or your analysis, if you have it in relation to nominal and real cost of energy to small businesses in that period, including government energy relief measures and small business rebates as well. I think you're providing something to Senator Canavan on that as well. Now, in relation to the cost-reflective tariff issue, can I just check, has the ECA's position on that changed over time, given your answer today?
The point, I guess, that we've made with this report, Senator, is we don't think that it's in consumers' interests to be mandatorily shifted to a tariff model that might disadvantage some cohorts of consumers, particularly quite vulnerable consumers in some circumstances, without their choice and without them having sufficient historical data in order to make best decisions between offers from retailers. And so that's why we're pleased that what the AMC has now proposed is to give enough time for consumers to be informed in the interim for them to be able to remain on a flat tariff rather than to be unilaterally shifted. We do think that consumer choice is quite critical in this regard.
And so you're supportive of that rule change for that reason?
Yes, we are.
Okay. What are the consumer protections that are currently being developed in this space? I take it from your answer there that you think there is a need for better consumer protections, but what's currently being done?
There are consumer protections that are in place at present for consumers, for households and small businesses. We do think that sometimes the jurisdiction of those bodies needs to be more comprehensive and more consistent from one state to another. Then consumers have ready access to an energy ombudsman from most of the mainland states, certainly all the NEM states. But not all the ombudsmen have got the same jurisdiction, and critically, they don't all have the same capability to respond at more cutting-edge issues. So, for example, for consumer energy resources, if I went and put a solar panel on my roof and a battery on my house, or I went and bought an electric vehicle, there's no guarantee that all of the activities that go into purchasing, installing, checking standards and so on of those would be captured by the jurisdiction of an ombudsman. In some instances, I might have to go to a fair trading jurisdiction, to a Commonwealth ombudsman, to a government body, to a court or others. And we think that in the context of the energy transition, it's critically important that consumers have got fairly much a one-stop shop for dispute resolution. That's why we support the energy ombudsman having consistent and strong jurisdiction to respond to these newer energy challenges.
Thank you. My colleague, Senator Canavan, referred to a report in which you had suggested that there was disinformation in certain contexts, and you answered some of his questions in relation to that. Are you able to just provide, by way of summary, some examples of the disinformation that was identified?
I'm happy to, Senator, and perhaps I can articulate some of those for you when I come back to the committee on notice with some examples and the kinds of things that we've seen. The important thing I have to emphasise is that we try to step wherever we can in the shoes of consumers. So this is when we survey consumers, when we talk to consumers and their representatives and advocacy organisations and consumer community organisations across the country, it's the consumers who are saying to us, we don't know entirely what's true and not, what's good and not, how I can make the best decision for myself and my family or not. And so for us, we think this work was done within the context of suggesting from a policy perspective, we think there's real value in ensuring that consumers can go to a one-stop shop to get reliable information on a whole variety of things. How to get the best energy contract, how to know which installer to go to or not to install solar on my roof, where I can go to get my EV charged, how I can get my concession on my retail account, all of these kinds of things. When we ask consumers, a concerningly large number say that they don't know where to go for that information and it's not readily available. I should say that a number of the states and territories are commencing really good work in this regard. So the ACT, Victoria, New South Wales Consumer Energy Strategy just released a month ago all point to what they're calling sort of one-stop shops, a place that consumer can go to get good, reliable, concise, clear information when they need it. We think that this assists confidence in the transition, and also it's a good service to consumers to make sure that when they're making energy decisions, they're doing so with the best sort of personal economics, but also the best understanding of the circumstance and planning for the future for their family and their business.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Canavan's got a follow-up question, then I have one, and then we'll break for lunch.
Oh, you want to go me first? Sorry.
Sure.
Just quickly, just on this misinformation report, did you identify any misinformation about nuclear energy?
This report didn't address nuclear energy at all, Senator Canavan.
Really? I mean, I've seen members of this government put out, the Minister for Energy put out a tweet once using an AI-generated image of nuclear waste in rusty yellow barrels. It was the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. I've seen three-eyed fish. I mean, I hate the word misinformation, but if you're going to focus on it, you're telling me you did not at all look at the information spread about nuclear and whether that was true or false.
Has to be the important thing, Senator, to recognise this report was done, was based on surveys of consumers done some time ago, and before perhaps the conversation about nuclear options gathered pace. But also it was
published in July this year, wasn't it?
Senator Canavan,
Yeah.
the report that you're referring to relates very specifically to consumer energy resources. That's batteries, solar power, and EVs. We didn't look at anything outside of those. So everything in there that the report relates to consumer energy resources.
It seems that it reads just like a defence of the government's policy. I mean, you're meant to be on the side of consumers, but all I've heard from you today is running defence for what clearly is a transition that's failing customers by having higher prices. How at all are you actually representing the interests of Australian consumers rather than running propaganda for the government?
Well, the report actually...
I'm not referring to the report now, I'm just overall. Overall, it seems to me you're more interested in being very defensive about the government's energy agenda rather than genuinely being on the side of consumers.
Well, Senator, what I'd say is we start from an empirical basis and we look to the economics for a consumer, what is in their best interest, and the reports that we've published start from the basis of what I, as a consumer, how I can make the best decisions for myself and my family, and particularly with regard to price. And so we've published reports, which I'm hopeful you would have seen, that speak to the benefits from a consumer's point of view.
Can I just clarify this? Because I'm getting confused now. I thought your role, and I used to be on the Ministerial Council of Energy, I thought your role was to advise governments and policymakers about the best interests, be an advocate for consumers. But you just told me is your primary role now to tell consumers how to change their behaviour, because you said to help consumers make decisions. I thought you were actually meant to be an advocate for them in the room, in the decision-making room.
We are an advocate for them.
Right.
Senator, that is our primary
I'm just
role.
a bit confused what you're actually doing then to achieve that. But anyway, all right, we've run out of time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr French, I'll put it to you, but you might want to go to your chairman. As the advocate for consumers, when you see projects, large transmission projects like HumeLink, when you see over a short number of years a cost of that project go from 1.5 to 3 to $5 billion, when you're in that room that was just talked about, what do you say to whether it be the AEMO or the Energy Minister? What is your gut reaction when you see those numbers?
I'll just check.
I'll make a couple of introductory comments, Mr Chairman, and nice to be able to, you can see me again at long last. Apologies again for that. We don't condone waste, and we don't think that we're not advocates of expenditure that isn't necessary. But those are operational management goals that we don't have the forbearance over. We don't have the oversight of them. Which is not to say that we don't, we obviously believe that a more efficient system is a more cost-effective one for consumers.
But aren't you outraged? Every consumer that you represent would be outraged if they knew that, or were aware of, that projects that have a utility, understood, but then the price just keeps on doubling or nearly doubling. On your behalf, you should be outraged, shouldn't you?
Well, if I can jump in, Chair. Mr Chairman, we're heavily focused on necessary investment only occurring at the right time at minimal cost to ensure bills are maintain at the lowest level imaginable. Now, that may sound like a platitude, it's not. We work very hard with bodies to actually represent the consumer interest, to make it very clear the impact of high costs on consumers and their lives, their families, their businesses. And this is very much the focus of what we do. But as Dr. Shaver mentioned, we don't have control over project costs or any others with regard to...
No, but you're an advocate for the users. You should be advocating for the users. Do you put out a newsletter when that happens and say, these costs have blown out this way, and this much, but here's why we think it's okay? Because I don't think you'd get a very good response if you did.
What we do, Senator, is to note quite clearly that we feel there should be no investment that is not critically required at the time at which it's required. This has historically been our focus. We have a newsletter, we have publications, which, as you know, we've made those points quite clear.
It sounds like you're, without wanting to be derogatory, just rubber stamping things, because if you go to this committee's website and look at the submissions that we've received, you'll see a lot of criticism and detailed critique about why such cost blowouts are out of order and ultimately make these projects useless and damaging to consumers. I'll leave it there.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just as I know that you're finishing up the end, I'd just make a concluding comment. The challenge of being a very small, almost a micro organisation, trying to represent the needs of more than 11 million households and 2.5 million businesses means that by necessity there are some things we deal with, and there are a wide variety of different, as you've just seen in the debate now, about what issues we should focus on and which ones we shouldn't have. We try to do the best within our resources to make sure that the critical issues, which to us are reliability and price, as consumers want them, are the ones that we focus on. So I appreciate your point very much, but needs must, so that we cannot address everything.
A $9 million a year organisation can certainly address enormous and unwarranted cost blowouts in one of the key projects that you're representing consumers in. I don't accept that. I think if that's what you're saying to this committee, it may behove you and the board to look at your priorities again.
We have a fairly clear constitutional framework as to where our priorities must be. So I appreciate your thoughts. That would obviously necessarily, respectfully, it's $9.5 million, but as we pointed out, $2.5 million of those go in grants to other parties. So that leaves us with $7 million. It's not a vast amount, and we're not an infrastructure regulator or monitor. That would be a vast set of new tasks for us to take on.
Well, if there was real accountability in the system, then I would have thought that AEMO might share some of their hundreds of millions of dollars with you. Anyway, on that, we will go to lunch break. Do you gentlemen need a full hour, or should we come back a little bit sooner? Do? No problem?
Well,
okay.
Sorry, if we keep to the current schedule.
We'll keep to the current schedule then. The committee will stand adjourned and we will return at 1:45.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5. I reconvene the committee, and I now welcome representatives of the Institute of Public Affairs. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Scott Hargraves, Executive Director of the Institute of Public Affairs.
Stephen Wilson, and I am a Visiting Fellow at the Institute of Public Affairs.
Terrific. Do either of you or both of you have an opening statement?
If you don't mind, I'll just say a very few brief words and then invite Stephen to continue. So the Institute of Public Affairs is a research organisation, a free market think tank as it's commonly called, and so we welcome the opportunity to talk about how we've arrived at a point where something that we would certainly endorse on principle, which is a free market in energy, we are now saying is in dire need of reform. It's reached the point where it's no longer a functioning free market. And I'd add a personal observation that I'm not unacquainted with the history of it myself, having started my career in the private sector working for the Victorian government when it was creating the national electricity market, and we could see its potential, but that model has now been broken, and we need to find our way out of it. And part of it is that just because we at the IPA support free markets in the abstract doesn't mean that we have to endorse the one we've got, that we would have to endorse markets in pseudo products like renewable energy or carbon credits or biodiversity credits or other things which are claimed to be exercises in free markets. And I particularly note an organisation that I once worked for as a contractor, which was NEMCO, morphed into AEMO, which has now taken on all sorts of central planning functions for which it seems to be very ill-suited, and we seem to have a textbook example of provider capture, which is an economic concept which seems very relevant here, and when you have provider capture, it's the consumers who lose. Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Chair, for the invitation and for allowing me to add a few comments. The committee will have received the submission that the IPA made, which unpacks our thinking that Scott has described in brief in a little more detail and specific to electricity. Like Scott, I started my career in Melbourne in the early 90s. We didn't know each other at that time. I was working in energy efficiency and demand-side management consulting before my long journey through energy and around the world back to here today. I think the key point of our submission is that the need for major reform of electricity markets is inevitable, as Scott's alluded to. I started drawing attention to this looming crisis publicly back in 2016, and it continues to deepen. I think we're starting to see a lot of people across the spectrum starting to recognise that that's the situation we're in. And I'd just say very briefly that I think we've navigated ourselves in Australia into a position where we're in the worst of both worlds, in the worst of the free market world and the worst of the central planning world. And it'll be challenging to navigate out of that, but that is one of the challenges that I think this place will need to play a role in.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start with your submission? I particularly was interested in the point you made towards the end of the submission about the incentives in the current system to build large-scale electricity generating plants, and I think you've got a quote here about baseload generating plants, and particularly how it interacts with our largely spot price market and the incentives to make these investments given that. Would you be able to expand a bit on that, on how you see the current market either not or not far enough incentivising baseload power investment?
Yeah. So I think just to set the context for that, Senator, the philosophy and the strong belief at the time the market was designed, and as building on Scott's point, we do need to remember that these markets are synthetically created through acts of parliament. They don't arise naturally like normal markets in, fruit and vegetables or other products that we might be familiar with. So the concept was that a market could be designed that would drive operational efficiency. So how the existing fleet of power plants are operated would be encouraged to do so in the most efficient way on an hourly basis, or indeed on a 5-minute basis. And then the second part of the philosophy is that the price signal, that short-run 5-minute price signal that emerges from that operating market would signal to investors what to invest in and where, so that we would naturally end up with the optimal combination of the right kind of plants.
Investors would see the price rising and realise there was a gap opportunity.
So yeah, that's right. So the quote that's in here is a very old quote. It's from 1983 from Professor Josko and Professor Smolenci at MIT, and they were expressing scepticism that the kind of market design which we have in Australia would lead to those kind of investments, and that we would not see investment in large baseload plants of the type that we grew up with. And I think they've been vindicated in that. But in Australia, what we've seen, that the wave of investment in the last decade and a half or more, has all been in one type of generation, and that is intermittent generation that's trying to convert wind and solar into electricity, and that requires subsidies to incentivise investors to build those.
Right. Is the basic problem here that with those spot markets, it's hard to sort of write long-term contracts that underwrite the economics of a very large plant? I mean, the extreme end nuclear plant, very high capex, long-lived, even a coal plant, gas plant, similarly high capex.
That is the essence of that quote, and I think it's fair to say we can observe that in today's market. The thing that's underwriting the investments that we do see in the wind and solar farms is guaranteed revenue from a contract that's ultimately traceable through to a separate legislated system which is designed to encourage that kind of generation, but it's not a free market.
Yeah, it's something that came from outside the national electricity market, and then the sort of investment, and Stephen will correct me if I don't characterise this exactly right, but the sort of investment that does arise spontaneously that we often see is in peaking gas, because that is simply operators who see that, well, there's a flood of intermittent energy coming in, so there will be occasions when there are big price spikes because the wind's not blowing, the sun's not shining, and so you have open cycle gas turbine facilities built which are pretty low efficiency in an energy sense, but have that market opportunity there. And so that's not necessarily a net addition to affordability and reliability, it's just taking that opportunity which has arisen only because of the influx of intermittent energy, and the combined cycle gas plants that we might have hoped for when the system was designed are pretty much unfinanceable, I think.
Yeah.
Just moving on, I note, I think Mr Wilson and definitely the IPA have published a report on what the cost would be of moving to renewable energy, a recent report this year, I believe. My quick read of this is that you conclude that those costs of moving to a renewable energy system could be up to 5 times more expensive than alternatives. The very similar evidence we heard from Net Zero Australia earlier this morning. Or a professor associated with Net Zero Australia, I should say. Can you take me through how you got to those numbers? What sort of modelling was behind this, and why is such a system so much more expensive than alternative options?
Yeah. So the paper you're referring to, I think, is called The Ruinous Cost of Free Energy, and what we describe is what the cost stack looks like for different kinds of energy systems. So we've moved from a system that the historical system had a foundation layer of coal-fired baseload generation, and we've characterised that as on the order of magnitude numbers around $50 megawatt hour wholesale cost type of system, 5 cents a kilowatt hour. We moved to a system where you've got gas setting the price a lot of the time, and you're at about double that kind of wholesale cost level. And then if we were to try and strip all the coal and all the gas out of the system and try and run the system just on intermittent renewables with the nuclear ban in place, we'd be looking at least double again. And that's just the wholesale energy component. And then on top of that, you've got to take into account that because you've got lower capacity factors, you need a lot more transmission, plus you're pulling energy from more remote sites. And so all these factors tend to compound. And then you find that the most important thing to understand about a physical electricity system, and this is a result of the laws of physics and engineering, is you've got to balance the generation and the load almost exactly, continuously, every second of the day. And if you fail to do that, you can black out, you can collapse the whole system. And so when you're trying to achieve that 99.998% reliability, and you don't have a nice balanced portfolio of assets that are available, say, 90% of the time, you're trying to achieve it with assets that are only available 20, 25, 30, 35% of the time. It becomes very, very difficult to do so, and you need to invest more and more and more capital solving that problem, and that's why you end up with very, very high costs.
So in rough terms, you're saying we used to have about $50 cost for wholesale energy. That's observable.
Before you're on the network, yep.
Yep, we saw that. That was roughly the average. Some states lower, but let's say about $50. Saying at the moment with our current gas prices in Australia, Eastern Coast gas prices, you're looking at $100 odd to produce from gas, and you're saying that the total system cost from renewables would be at least 200, maybe higher, depending on the transmission investments required.
Right, and I forgot to answer your question, which is what's that based on? So that's based on modelling work that I've supervised at PhD level in the university, and it's based on my reading of the literature from around the world.
So and I think, just to be clear, your estimates are not based on a levelised cost of electricity.
Certainly not.
Yeah. And why is that? Why don't you think that measure is reliable?
Well, the levelised cost of energy is a very simple metric. I call it a sort of wet finger in the wind to give a rough feel of. It's answering a very simple question, and the question it's answering is, if I build this kind of power plant, whatever kind of power plant it is, and if I was to sell every kilowatt hour or every megawatt hour of energy from that plant at a constant price, in order to recover my fixed and variable costs, my capital and operating costs, what price would I need to sell it at with a given cost of capital and so forth? And it's the answer to that simple question. But it makes so many assumptions, one of which is that I will always be able to dispatch the amount of the energy that I want onto the system, and the system will be able to accept it, and a customer will pay that price. So that assumption breaks down when you get to very high shares of variable energy, because you hit saturation and the system can't accept it all. And we can already see this happening in the grid. We have myself and some colleagues at UQ have a paper in the published academic literature on this. So the symptoms of saturation are appearing, and what that means is that the implicit assumptions in LCOE break down and no longer hold. And so all it's telling you is what's the cost to put electrons onto the transmission system. It doesn't tell you anything about all the other costs of the system between the generator and the customer.
My understanding, though, is the Gen Cost report and the way it flows through to the ISP is largely based on the levelised cost of electricity. Is that correct?
There's an unreasonable over-reliance on LCOE and an unawareness or an unwillingness to take into account these issues we've just been talking about.
So in that report, we've said, it is possible to play around with assumptions in LCOE, but that is not actually the way to go either. What we need to be focused on is the total system cost. The paper is, apart from anything else, a plea to look at the system as a whole, that every time as Stephen says, every time an extra intermittent generator comes on, that has system-wide effects, and particularly as the level of saturation increases. So whatever institutional approach this committee recommends, whatever we come up with in Australia, it has to be one which is thinking about total system cost, and the principles of reliability and affordability and environmental impact explicitly set out, because just relying on LCOE and the sort of system planning approach we have at the moment is already disastrous, and potentially even more so.
I mean, in fairness to CSIRO, I've seen the last couple of Gen Cost reports have tried to calculate a figure for affirmed renewables cost. Have you looked at that at all? And is that close enough to this total system cost to help shed a light on these matters?
The basic problem with those exercises, Senator, is that if you're just looking at the technology in isolation, you're still not looking at the total system. So you have to look at the total system and see the whole mix and the whole system in context. Once you come down to the generation level, you've broken the basic principle that you need to see the whole system.
And just finally, Chair, and or at least for this section, I was a bit perplexed last week why AEMO can't do this work. The ISP seems to be based on just take all of the government policies in place and run the system to get to those. It's effectively a goal-seek exercise.
Correct.
If you guys can do it with presumably relatively limited resources in the academic world, why can't we, or is there any reason why we can't instruct an AEMO to also calculate some kind of ISP, some kind of effect, price, outcomes of an unconstrained environment where we just run the system to achieve actually the lowest cost to consumers, not the lowest cost to implement the government's chosen pet policies? Yeah,
I think there's a high level question here, and Scott may want to give some comments on this, but I think the question is, is AEMO truly independent? Is its role independent of government or not? I had understood it was intended to be, but I think that is an open question now.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thanks to the witnesses for being here today. Can I just unpack one of the sentences in your submission that comes under the headline Sound Economic Principles to Clarify a Practical Course of Action? And it's really the first sentence there, the affordability. I won't read it aloud, but what does price volatility look like in a practical sense in the energy market? And why do you say that's of importance, if I've read that sentence correctly?
Yeah. When you look at the historical spot price data in the national electricity market, one of the most clear trends is a dramatic increase in price volatility. There are some presentations of mine, public talks I've given that show this graphically, and I'd be happy to table those afterwards for the committee's reference. But basically, in the early days, what you saw when you looked at, so that the way I've done this exercise to explain to people is to plot the 5-minute or the half-hourly price, so the price in each market settlement period in dollars per megawatt hour, and the megawatt demand at that moment in the market, and to plot that as a scatter plot. And what you see in the early years of the market, about the first decade or so, is that price curve is tracing out something like the short-run marginal cost of electricity generation. It's very gradually right, so at higher demand levels the price goes up, and then at the right-hand end you'll get a steep kick-up. But basically you've got a smooth curve, very tightly clustered, and very forecastable and very predictable by developers, by investors, and that bankers could look at and say, yep, we accept your price forecast and we'll provide the debt capital for your project. In the market today, with the extreme volatility and the difficulty of balancing generation and load, that pattern has been completely changed, and there's this very random pattern that is almost impossible to forecast. And indeed, in 2017, for a piece of work we did, we spoke to almost all the major banks in Australia, Australian, American, Asian, European, and asked them some questions. And one of the things that jumped out was that in almost every meeting, and before we even asked the question, they said, we just want to make a few things clear. And one of those is no one can produce a bankable price forecast of the national electricity market today, which goes to Senator Canavan's point about the difficulty of long-term investments in the absence of subsidies.
So that relates to the spot prices that are available to the producers of electricity that are then charged or effectively paid by the aggregator.
Yes.
What perhaps is your view on price volatility from a consumer perspective? So, for instance, we've had some discussion today about dynamic pricing or cost-reflective tariffs. Do you have a view of that, the role of those in an energy market?
I have a view on that. Scott might like to add to it. My view is that it's clear in the market design right from the beginning. Remember, the wholesale market was opened up first and then later the retail market. And the standard approach is that the consumers, including the smallest consumers, your household and mine, gets an annual price contract with the retailer. So the retailer is providing essentially like a form of risk insurance against the volatility in the wholesale market. And I'm not exposed to that, and neither are you. Now, there are suggestions that we expose or increase the degree of exposure of small customers to these highly volatile price movements. Small customers do not have the financial capacity to expose themselves to that degree of risk. So this is a very serious topic. And the cost, there is, but they have to pay a cost, because the cost of managing that volatility, there's a physical, technical, engineering cost to it, and there's a financial cost for holding that price volatility, and that has to be charged through to the consumer as a risk premium in effect. That's one of many reasons that our bills are going up.
Yeah, another way of looking at it, if I may, Senator, thank you, is there is also in the academic literature, which both Stephen and I have seen, evidence that with volatility goes increasing costs. If you plot different energy systems around the world, the higher the volatility, the higher the cost. So the only question then is, are you going to put that cost on the aggregator and it appears in a flatter tariff, or are you going to try to pass it on to the consumer? But one way or another, somebody is paying for that extra volatility. And as Stephen said, I think we would take the view that there are severe limits to the extent to which the average consumer really can manage those, or even the average industrial consumer. You're just pushing the costs out to somewhere, and it's got to be managed through other means.
In terms of the price volatility, I'm probably more familiar with the Western Australian example than the national market, but certainly there's a significant and growing number of retail consumers, like households, that feed power back into the grid, mainly through solar, but not exclusively. To what extent does that contribute to the volatility you were talking about in terms of prices in the spot market?
Yeah, it's definitely contributing to it. We have to remember that the design of the Western Australian market is different in certain important respects from the design of the market on the East Coast. It's more like, as I understand it, a European balancing market. But the underlying fundamental issue is, it's still electricity. You've still got the balancing challenge that I mentioned earlier. And so, yes, so the rooftop solar generation can't be seen clearly by the control room. They have to estimate what that is, and they can't directly control it. And so when it's at very small scale, it doesn't matter much, but when it's at large scale, it really starts to matter, and it can flick the market around in an extremely volatile way. And it's also correlated, obviously, with large solar farms.
And we do have a paper specific to the WA energy market reviewing the statement provided by then Premier Mark McGowan in 2022. So that report's available. It's called Unachievable at Any Cost, about the plan to unwind baseload power in WA. I think by 2030 was the original target. So we also have our concerns on that front.
One of the concerns that's raised in your submission relates to the subsidies or incentives provided to renewable energy options in the current market. Mm-hmm. Now, as you'll be aware, the national energy objectives, as set out in the National Energy Law and in any number of other of the objective statements of the organisations involved in this space, National Gas Objective, the National Energy Retail Objective, contain an objective that relates to Australia reducing its greenhouse gas emissions and overall or potentially helping those. Yeah. Are you broadly supportive of that objective?
The commentary that I've given on that, and this has been on the record since I think it was 2017, I first wrote a paper that was published by the Energy Policy Institute of Australia back then, is that at that time that objective, to be clear, was not in the National Electricity Law. It was introduced more recently. But my commentary at that time was that goal, which was which was only sitting in the renewable energy, the act that sits underneath the renewable energy target, is in direct conflict with the original objectives of the national electricity market. And that when we reached a certain scale, the conflict would become apparent. It's just like having two trains on the same track heading towards each other. Everyone's happy and smiling until they actually collide. And that, I can't predict exactly when that disastrous collision happens, but inevitably it will come. So, yeah, there's and the conflict's now, as you've observed, been introduced directly into the law. That's a serious problem. Everything's flowing from that.
I mean, to go back to sort of almost starting premises, do you agree with the imperative that sits behind that objective, which is that it's necessary to reduce Australia's emissions as part of an effort to reduce overall fossil fuel emissions to prevent climate change?
Yeah, I'll make a few comments and then Scott might like to add to it. I think we need to ask ourselves some difficult questions, which is what can we as a country actually achieve? What will we actually achieve if we were even able to achieve that objective? Now, I think our chance of achieving that objective in practical terms is extremely low. And I think we do need to look at this practically as well as philosophically. Because, you know, the question is, do we destroy our economy and damage our society in the achievement of that objective? I think the key fundamental principle here that I think would be good if we can all acknowledge is that all of these things involve trade-offs, technical trade-offs and economic trade-offs, and that's what's inherent in the energy policy trilemma, and the conflicting goals are now in the law, and we're having real trouble resolving them.
Yeah, in a discussion about what are the institutional arrangements, if there is, if society at large, for whatever reason, has this imperative of targeting greenhouse gas emissions, the system that we have to achieve that is not being facilitated through the energy market. It's actually destroying the energy market, and it would have to be done some other way. And one of the other points about that long-term policy setting, so if you had a net zero by 2050 policy setting, doesn't make any sense to me, but if that is the official policy setting, we have to get out of this mindset where we're constantly in a rush to meet a near-term goal, a 2025 goal, a 2030 goal, a 2035 goal, because we're actually making things worse right now and foreclosing other opportunities that we have.
So I think I've understood the practical element that you're raising, but do I take it also from that answer, and I think I've got an inference, but I just want to confirm it, that philosophically you wouldn't agree with this imperative?
I think probably for the IPA, I was in chapter 20 of Climate Change: The Facts 2020, where I think I came out as a very mild lukewarmist, that, you know, I wouldn't deny that there's a possibility of human-induced climate change, a contribution, but I'm happy to also have on our stage someone like Professor Ian Plimer, who's a professor of geology, very well respected, who says, well, it's anthropogenic carbon dioxide's 3% of the total carbon cycle, so what possible effect could it be having, as well as other criticisms. So for the public policy discussion, it just doesn't seem very relevant to the question that we have in front of us, is, are we going to destroy the energy system that we have in pursuit of a goal that is questionable as a goal? And certainly Australia's contribution towards meeting that goal is very minor at best.
Yeah, I'll just share my personal journey, which was that as a young person I was a full believer in the early 1990s, and then I've travelled an arc and become more questioning about the claims being made on climate. But I would strongly recommend the book by Judith Curry, which is on risk and uncertainty. She herself went on a journey, and I've written a review of that book, which the IPA published. So, you know, I think the thing we've got to be able to do is we've got to be able to have grown-up conversations.
This will be my last question. You referred to it as a trilemma. There are often times in In policy spaces, I don't need to tell either of you this, that where you're managing competing objectives and you're trying to reconcile optimal outcomes while achieving multiple objectives that have tensions between them.
Correct.
If you were to design a system that achieves emissions reduction targets as an imperative while also trying to preserve some of the overall goals of this system, including minimising price and ensuring reliability, what are the ways you'd approach that?
Oh, the first thing I'd do is remove the nuclear ban. I mean, that's how the Americans resolved this. You know, they were at each other's throats for a long time on this issue, and they've figured out, well, you know, there's the reconciliation. So you don't ban technologies. That's the first thing, because what we've done is we've overly constrained ourselves to the point there is no solution. So we need to relax constraints that can be relaxed. And all take a deep breath, stop the panic and the rush and the artificial deadlines. Think about the physical reality of electricity and how it actually works. That's non-negotiable. The electrons are pretty dumb. They've never heard of any of these political parties or colours. And so we recognise that. And then I think through that kind of process, we come to a sensible balance and compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just to complete the trifecta, and thank you both for not dating me earlier, but I too started in the Victorian energy markets. It wasn't the electricity market. I was working on the disaggregation, privatisation of the gas and fuel, but very similar sort of processes, and obviously worked in many other parts of it since. Looking at what we've got at the moment, there's an electricity market. It is trying to get away from coal, whether that's because coal's going to retire or it's no one's going to invest in it or it's banned, is immaterial for the argument. How is it best optimised when you have so much price volatility, as you were saying before, due to the energy mix or any other factors? Could be storms and weather taking out lines, etc. With that, how do we resolve for getting a smoother form of energy into the market, and therefore smoother prices?
Well, you need to have a certain amount of baseload power. You need to have power generation sources that have high availability factors and that are dispatchable and that have the requisite degree of flexibility. But at the underpinning layer is you do need to have baseload generation. It's like the foundation of the house. And that's what we're pulling down. And so if we keep pulling that down, we'll see the volatility keeping on increasing, the prices, the costs and the prices rising, and the reliability falling. So we do need to recognise that. And, and I mean, I've mentioned nuclear before. The reason that needs to be on the table is that it actually can tick all the boxes that everyone wants ticked. So the governance and the system and the rules need to be able to accommodate physical assets that can perform the job that we need them to perform.
Yes. If I may just add, Stephen in his paper also just reminds us that baseload is fundamentally a demand-side concept. We do hear from around the traps this idea that baseload is itself an antiquated concept. I think that's a persuasive technique. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. The need for baseload energy is as real as it ever was, and when we are talking about bringing in other forms of baseload, if coal has to be retired, I don't think it needs to be, but let's say coal has to be retired, nuclear is a baseload alternative. Pairing an intermittent generator with a battery does not produce a firm generator. This idea that intermittent energy can be firmed, I think, is another rhetorical trick, because when that battery has depleted, we're back to intermittent energy. So we would also need gas-fired generation as backup, and then there are capacity constraints. Baseload is baseload, and there's really only, in Australia, coal or nuclear, or perhaps in WA with abundant gas, the possibility of baseload gas, if you can find a gas turbine in a very competitive market that we have at the moment.
Interesting position. I take no position on any of those forms of generation. I guess where my questions come from is, given that we are likely to retire most, if not all, of the coal fleet, that even with the best intentions and fastest market movement, we're not going to see nuclear for 10, 15 years. How do we, other than storage, how else do we solve for that volatility and security of supply?
I don't think it's safe to assume that we're likely to retire the coal plant under the current conditions. I think that's a misleading message. What we're presented with is an accelerated schedule of coal plant retirement that's part of a certain narrative. If you look at the intended plan design 50-ish year life of those assets, you'll see a more gradual retirement schedule. If we don't invest, if no one in Australia invests in assets that are able to do the full job that those assets currently do, the full set of services they provide to the system, we will not be able to retire those assets. So there's a strategic game being played by the owners of these assets, I believe. We've already seen the beginning of this. Well, in Victoria it's a little bit less transparent, but in New South Wales it's been more transparent, where the state premier has instructed the owner of the Eraring power station that, sorry, it cannot close when you've indicated. It must be extended for at least 2 years and possibly another 2 after that. I think if we don't get ourselves organised with an alternate source of generation, we will just see more and more and more of this incremental extension. It's not very optimal, because the owners of the assets can't really do long-term planning of, basic operations and maintenance. And so, the machines are not being perhaps maintained the way they would be if there was more clarity and certainty and confidence available.
Given the fact that that doesn't seem to be being planned for, other than, as you say, and I'll come back to Eraring shortly, certainly our integrated system plan doesn't seem to be taking into account that, other than pushing for more renewable energy, variable energy, connected by transmission. Given when you did SEC and I did gas and fuel, all that transmission was desegregated and privatised, and then those blocks of transmission and distribution in both markets, they were operated as a regulated monopoly. Now, 20-odd years, whatever it is, 30-odd years down the track, we've still got these monopolies sitting within the system, yet the ISP especially talks about introducing even more transmission, but there's no contestability about that. Does transmission in any way help, in a meaningful, material way, help firm up or balance that supply?
Correct. So when, again, going back to those halcyon days, senators, we had state-based grids, and there were efficiency gains that arose from building interconnectors between those grids, and this was seen as a good thing, and probably was a good thing, and it gave extra reliability and probably lowered prices. I also worked on the Basslink cable, which the terrestrial portion of which I think is still the last transmission line to actually be added to the grid in Victoria. So a couple of things arise from that. One of which is that it's all very well to draw maps with all these extra transmission lines, but it's devilish to go through the process, and we're realising how expensive they are, and it's being driven by regulated companies. It's not contestable. There is a regulated rate of return, but what they want is to expand their asset base, because that is the only way they can increase their profits. And I would also say that we're now no longer talking particularly about interconnectors that add to the overall efficiency of the system. We're talking about just building transmission lines to justify connection to intermittent energy projects, whether it's to connect to Snow 2.0, and that's a whole other story about how expensive that is, or in Western Victoria, essentially having saturated the existing 500 kV line, where consumers are essentially being asked to underwrite extra transmission lines, essentially so that more wind farms and in other places solar factories can be installed, and this is not solving a reliability problem, it's actually making it worse. And I think Claire Savage actually complained that the utilisation of the national electricity grid was actually going down, but this is why, because it's more and more reliant on intermittent energy. So I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, it does to an extent. So the transmission, say, to Western Victoria, I can make some argument for that getting generation that's being built into the market. But interconnectors, can you see a current day economic justification for large-scale interstate interconnectors?
Over and above the ones we have, Stephen, this is where I will throw to you.
So I mean, with these kind of investments, there's always diminishing returns, and so the regulatory system was designed to put economic tests in place, the RIT-T test for transmission, regulated investment test for transmission, to test whether the incremental capital investment, was justified on economic grounds. And as a general observation, most, perhaps all of these proposed transmission investments are struggling or failing to pass that economic test. And we must remember that these tests, and there's an equivalent one in the distribution level as well, were put in place to protect the interests of the consumer. So as Scott rightly said, the natural incentive of the transmission and distribution asset owners is to build a bigger network, because once the investments are approved, they go into the regulated asset base and they earn their return for decades. So it's a very serious thing that those tests are applied properly, but what we seem to be seeing is regulatory agencies, and with the encouragement of ministers of the Crown, encouraging the bypassing of these economic tests.
Thank you for that. So to me, when you look at the NEM and the interconnectors, I would have said for trying to establish an economic case, you need some form of differential, i.e. you're getting access to cheaper electricity in one region or one market and importing into another. Now that might have been the case, or might still be the case with Victorian brown coal being sold into the market. That might be the case. But there is no very real capacity factor, as in resource factor, across Australia, or certainly on the NEM. You get a little bit more sunshine in Queensland than you do in Victoria, but not significant. There's no advantage to geographic spread because it runs north-south, not east-west. So you've got, if it went east-west, you'd at least derive a temporal change or differential. But yeah, there's no real economic case to be made for this. And I would argue that the RIT-T is not an economic test. It may very well, as it's called, be an investment test and look at the lowest cost to perform to get a certain piece of kit. But there's not much economic argument for it, is there?
Well, I think that's what you see when you run the numbers. There's a limit to how much extra benefit you can get from extra capacity. And just on your point on diversity, we have looked at some research I was involved in, looked at how much benefit is there from wind diversity around this continent, and the surprising answer was a little bit, but not very much. Yeah.
I've seen those numbers myself. And so you mentioned state ministers getting involved. Is it fair, interconnectors do play a role in system security in a region if there is a drop in supply or an increase in load or something like that. But that would be fairly rare occurrence, wouldn't it? That a system or part of a system would become so strained that it's at risk of blackout or load shedding.
Well, as a general principle, a more interconnected system gives you, you're sharing the benefits of available capacity more widely. The flip side is the larger an interconnected AC synchronous system becomes, the more sort of vulnerable it is. But you usually design it in a way that a disturbance in one area might black out that local area, but you don't want it to take the whole system down. Yep. So to get the really detailed answers, of course, you have to do the detailed engineering studies, but the general principles, I think, are clear and generally agreed upon.
And just very briefly, my observation, my characterisation is that the risk is that we've moved from the very sensible way you've described how we should be thinking about interconnectors to one where interconnectors are trying to solve other problems like intermittency or indeed unwillingness to keep supplying base load. I worry about New South Wales essentially seeing Queensland as the solution to energy shortfalls, to systemic energy shortfalls. That's not a solution that Queenslanders will put up with forever. We've seen what happens when Victoria relied too heavily on Basslink and the cable actually failed, which created problems on both sides. So I think the way you described it was how it should be, but increasingly in this top-down energy planning model that we have, we're using interconnectors and new transmission lines to try and solve other problems in an inappropriate way.
Thank you. In the market event of June 2022 would say interconnectors didn't help stop that problem, in fact probably exacerbated it. Would that be fair?
I've not looked at the role of interconnectors in that event, but that was a serious event that is one of the symptoms of the problems that we've been talking about today.
Just quickly, and I need to wrap up, you mentioned state ministers, and not just state ministers, but governments. When the NEM was set up, it was meant to be independent of government. We're seeing more government intervention into this, particularly by state ministers. Do you think, are there arguments for revisiting how the NEM is operated and perhaps divulging it back to, divesting it back to states for them to plan and run?
That's a big question. Scott might want to pick up on this in a second, but I mean, my general perception is that the states largely, not entirely, obviously Queensland and Tasmania didn't go down the full privatisation road with the southern states, but the state governments, divested assets. It'd be, and looking at their financial positions today would be a big ask for them to renationalise the assets. Of course, the Constitution is silent on electricity because of the history. And so there is a certain responsibility that sort of inherently resides with the states, but the states seem to be unwilling to take on great big difficult problems, and it looks to me like the problems are sort of falling into the lap of the Commonwealth, but the Commonwealth is a little bit constrained in what it can do. So it seems that there's a need for leadership from the federal parliament and cooperation with the states to sort out the mess we're in.
Yeah, I suspect we can't go back. I don't. Many of the Howard government's decisions in major infrastructure areas were to centralise power. That happened. We now have to live with that, and I don't think, just a personal observation, I don't think it's coincidental that, say, 100 years since John Monash was invited by the Victorian government to lead a public utility and actually just go and build some power stations, that now we have the Commonwealth government, which never had any involvement in such matters. We have the opposition putting it on the table. Well, perhaps the federal government will start letting contracts for somebody to build a nuclear power station, and they'll take care of the underwriting. I'm not talking about the merits of that, but that shows how the locus of this issue has shifted from the states to the Commonwealth, and I suspect, I wish the states would lift their game in other areas and allow more gas exploration, but I think we're now in an era where the Commonwealth, for better or for worse, is going to have to take the lead.
Thank you, and to both of your points, that's why this inquiry was stood up, to look at those things. So thank you for appearing. Or did you have a follow-up quickly?
We break? What, I'm just clarifying.
We just got a break.
Are we over time?
A very quick break. Okay. Yes, we are.
Well, I'm happy
My
to
fault.
stick to the schedule. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator.
We'll just break for a 10-minute short break. Thank you. And welcome back, everyone. I welcome by video conference Mr. Jeff Bongers from Gamma Energy Technology, and here with us in the room Mr. Robert Barr, I think Dr. Robert Barr, isn't it, from Electric Power Consultants. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Okay. My name's Dr. Robert Barr, and I'm here in my capacity as director of my own company, Electric Power Consulting.
Thank you.
And Dr. Jeff Bongers, representing Gamma Energy Technology as a director of my own company.
Thank you very kindly. Do either of you have a short statement?
Over to you, Jeff.
I do. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to have input into the important investigations into energy planning and regulation in Australia. It's been a passion of mine for quite some time. Of particular interest to me is the modelling work that's conducted by AEMO and CSIRO in this area. For some time, I've really been advocating an alternative approach to looking at what decarbonising the grid should really look like and what the future should look like. And while AEMO briefly talk about system costs in our prior ISP, they really have continued on a pathway, in my opinion at least, of limited technology scenarios without an adequate focus on minimising the total system cost with all technologies available. If Australia is to remain competitive in terms of its domestic energy position, which is really important, in my opinion, it really must adopt an approach that seeks to optimise the lowest total system cost at the level of decarbonisation we seek to achieve when we want to achieve that. The continued debate over the use of levelised cost does my head in and really does highlight a poor understanding of how the electricity system actually works and how it can be better optimised. I didn't actually put a submission into the inquiry because I wasn't aware of the inquiry at the time, but most of the work that we have done with my colleague from Red Vector in the UK is in peer-reviewed journals or open source on our websites. So happy for your time and happy to help with your investigation as a committee.
Thank you. And just checking with the Secretariat, will we still take submissions?
It's a matter for the committee.
I can indicate my general support to take late submissions, but it's ultimately a question before the committee we'd have to resolve, Chair.
I don't have any inherent problem with it, but it's simply whether the Secretariat's going to be able to have enough time to do the work that it needs to.
If you're still wishing to put in a submission, we'll take one, if possible, by the end of this week or early next week, if that's works for you, Mr. Bongers.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, well, a little bit about my background. I'm a consulting engineer, and my working life goes back to working with what's now known as Endeavour Energy. And then I've moved on to starting my own consulting business and providing consulting services all around Australia to distribution companies, to high voltage customers, to governments, and working overseas as well. And my goal in life is to provide, and it's been my goal my whole career, to provide low-cost, reliable electricity to customers. And at the moment, I'm pretty shattered because we are not achieving this. And my view is that electricity prices in the Australian market are probably about 30% higher than they should be. If we perform better, our customers would be a lot better off, the economy would be better off, Australia would be better off. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We go back in time. I go back to my university days in the 1970s where we had blackouts. I'm probably one of the few people in this room that have experienced large-scale blackouts in Sydney, and they were rolling blackouts, and they were ultimately the trigger for Neville Wran, the then Premier of New South Wales, to build the big power stations that have been very successful for the last decades, Eraring, Vales Point, Liddell, Wallerawang. They've been very successful. Then things have moved on. In the 1990s, we had the split between generation, network and retail, and the use of the pool and the market as others have commented, I think very, very successful in the early days. The very early introduction of the pool provided operational efficiencies that flowed straight through. I could see it in the bills of my high voltage customers, my high voltage clients, and that was very successful. But it began to unravel in 2007, which you may remember with the air conditioning crisis. We started having the first of major problems, and they resulted in uncontrolled, what I would call uncontrolled capital expenditure in networks, particularly in Brisbane and in New South Wales, and I think in other places as well. In the 10s, things start to unravel a little bit more, and in today, in the 2020s, we're unravelling at a faster rate. This committee's got a big job to do to work to get this system back on track, and it needs putting back on track. The biggest problems are subsidies and what I'd call ad hoc government interventions. They're not helping the system, and I don't believe that with the split up of the system, with generation, transmission, retail all broken up, there's no part of the industry that's fully engaging with customers. The pricing mechanisms that we're using in the east, the national market and the pool, is not giving a proper value to dispatchable capacity. To Senator Gosh, in WA, they do have a capacity market, and I think will have some benefits from that. But I think in Western Australia they have other problems. But here on the east, part of the issue is that the value of dispatchable generation is not properly valued. With network pricing, we've got the Australian Energy Regulator setting pricing. We've got the regulated asset base, where it's where network owners are incentivised to increase their regulated asset base to grow their businesses, which is a pretty unhealthy situation, but one that has to be managed and managed carefully. And I think we've got to do a lot better. And retailers, I don't think retailers are adding a whole lot of value to the system. Then I'll move on to my second point, and that is planning. Effective generation, transmission, distribution, retail planning is essential for having an efficient industry, and it's breaking down. Each part of the industry plans its own path, independent of the other parts, and we lack the overall connectivity that we used to have earlier in my career when we had organisations like the SECV and the Electricity Commission of New South Wales that used to bring all that together to make sensible planning decisions. And then I move on to AEMO and the Integrated System Plan. The Integrated System Plan, I've done a lot of plans in my day, and the Integrated System Plan rates very, very poorly in my view. It's a generation and transmission plan with no real consideration given to distribution costs, to behind-the-meter solar, behind-the-meter batteries, and it claims to be a low-cost system, but how can they say it's a low-cost system when they don't look at total system costs? Now, like Dr. Bongers, I have my own models, and I run my models on the integrated system plan, on the step change scenario, the progressive change, all the different options that they put forward, and I can't get them to work. I cannot, with the resources, the generation resources, the transmission resources, the storage resources, I cannot supply the loads that are in the integrated system plan, and technically it just, to me, doesn't add up. And that, what really is worrying is that the integrated system plan is then used as an input to a lot of other players who then make decisions on this plan, which I think is not up to standard. That would be...
just for the purposes of time, because we don't have a lot, I'm sure senators will want to get to... But again, the invitation, if you want to put all this into a submission to the committee, we will accept that.
Okay, so...
Apologies, I don't mean to be rude. If you have to finish off another minute
I'll finish
or
off
two.
quickly if I could.
Yes, please.
Okay, so my third point was driving electricity costs down. I think everyone in this room is interested in how to drive electricity costs down. The first thing to do is to revisit the integrated system plan. There's no need for AEMO to do a new ISP. They've got the one they've just finished. All they've got to do is finish the work off and add in the distribution costs. They've got to add in the behind-the-meter solar, behind-the-meter batteries, and tell us what the delivered costs will be. There's no need for AEMO to redo it, and it's poor timing for them to start off a new one. We need generators to compete better in the market with all the characteristics. And to get that, we need to lift the ban on nuclear energy. We need to have nuclear energy available in that mix to drive costs down. We also got to drive out subsidies, and we've got to work out ways of reducing the rate of growth of the regulated asset base in the distribution networks. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barr. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I might just start with Dr. Barr. Both of you have made excellent contributions. Thank you very much. I suppose one thing I probably haven't asked enough about today is the costs potentially to upgrade the distribution network based on the current plan. We heard last week from the AER, I believe, that there's a wall of CapEx on its way. Have you looked at this? I mean, on the current ISP, what sort of costs are we looking at in regards to distribution? And Dr. Bongas,
maybe Dr. Bongas go first.
Either of you can answer that.
Thanks for the question, Senator. I haven't looked at the specifics in terms of the model. Our model that we run is very similar to AEMO in terms of the things that it includes in costs. So we don't include the distribution network upgrades. We do include the costs of behind-the-meter solar and behind-the-meter storage. But one thing that we have seen is that for the amount of rooftop solar and residential storage or community energy resources that the ISP step change scenario is looking to have by 2050, the distribution system is going to be massively upgraded to get anywhere close to being able to deliver that system. And the distribution system is the most expensive part to upgrade. If you think of the NBN, when the NBN was first rolled out, Telstra said the last 20 metres is the most expensive. The distribution system is exactly the same. It's every driveway, every road, every court, every suburb is going to need solar on every other house. And the system is just not set up for that. And I know that Dr. Barr has done some work in that space, so I'll hand over to him in terms of how that works. But certainly the distribution system must be costed in. I do have an opinion that I just don't think we'll have that level of solar penetration, because I don't think we'll be able to upgrade the distribution network in the timeframes that AEMO was saying.
Yes. Senator Canavan, my modelling picks up the distribution costs and pushes it through to, because I'm working on a total delivered cost basis. Right. And as Dr. Bongas has said, the distribution costs are much larger than the transmission costs. So basically AEMO are focusing on a narrow part, whereas they need to consider not just the narrow part, but the total distribution cost. And when you look at their integrated system plan, they've pushed so much cost down into the customer rooftop solar systems. Typical sizes these days are like 3 kilowatts or 5 kilowatts. If you look at their integrated system plan, they're putting an average of 12 kilowatts on people's roofs, something that's just totally unrealistic. And
is it unrealistic from a area point of view? Is there enough area in someone's house to do this?
Oh,
sure. Or just too expensive?
There's two major problems. Firstly, there aren't enough roofs. Okay, right. And with the roofs that are there, the north-facing square metres are insufficient.
Right.
Okay, but that's the easy part. The really hard part is getting the power out of those solar systems into the low voltage network, and then up into the medium voltage and into the transmission system. So, for example, in the low voltage system, I've been designing them for all my career, and you would typically design 3 to 5 kVA input into a house, okay? Now, if you're going to take 12 kilowatts and push it out, that's double at least, and then you've got to add it on because it's in the opposite direction. The voltage drop and the voltage rise, you get these massive voltage changes. The end of the day, what it means is that it's not possible to run these systems with the existing network that we have. Augmenting the network is incredibly difficult. To get this level of penetration, you effectively have to rebuild the distribution network.
Jeez.
To get these levels in the system has to be rebuilt.
You've got to relay cables.
You've got to relay cables, more substations, more works, and it's a very, very expensive exercise. It'll make all the other things in the AEMO plan pale into insignificance.
Is there some kind of value on how much that would cost, or is there a value of the current network?
Well,
what's its replacement cost in regulatory asset?
You've got to look at the cents per kilowatt hour.
Right.
The distribution costs are like 12 or 13 cents, depending on what part of the country you're in. And if you went for a plan like this, my view is that you could expect that to double.
Wow. Right. Okay.
It's that large.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. And so why aren't people, well, maybe I won't ask why. Are people looking at this at all? You mentioned the ISP sort of seems to ignore this, but is there anybody that government has tasked to look at this question of total system cost?
All the distribution companies will be dealing with this in a small way. Like this doesn't happen overnight. This is happening slowly. It just builds up and builds up. And I would expect that there's a lot of expenditure going in, a lot of capex going into low voltage networks spread right across the network to get the capacity up as more and more solar systems go in. But we're nowhere near 12 at the moment. But and the penetration rates might be like 30% or 40%. But if they go to 50, 60, 70% and the sizes increase, the systems will just become unworkable. And what will happen is it just won't happen.
Right.
Those systems won't get built because it'll become too expensive and too difficult.
And Dr. Bongas?
I think part of the question you asked, Senator, was has anyone been tasked with this, this part of the problem? The shorter answer is no, because there isn't one person or one organisation that's responsible for everything. So in the ISP plan, AEMO quite clearly delineates everything at the distribution and residential. They don't account the cost for, and they don't account for how difficult it may or may not be. So AEMO aren't responsible for that. The work that CSIRO does on its gen cost work and its capital work, they do a good job at capital forecasting for the future, but they don't look at a total system cost approach. So there isn't anyone who's accountable for the entire system. No one controller that sits as an organisation to say, generators, you need to make sure you're talking to transmission. Transmission, you need to make sure you're talking to distribution. Distribution, you need to make sure you're talking to your customers about how many batteries and how many vehicles they're going to have that are electric. There isn't anyone in that space at the moment.
Just going to some of the work I've seen you do, Dr. Bongas, I believe you've mentioned you've done some modelling on this in one of your reports. I think this is from 2021. You explicitly say you haven't included Snowy 2.0, the battery of the nation, into the forecast future for the total system cost. Why haven't you included those? Do you think they're unwise investments or they won't happen?
It depends on the scenarios that we've been looking at. So some of our earlier modelling, we looked at what happens if you don't do Snowy 2.0 and Battery of the Nation. That was before work had started on Snowy 2.0 essentially, to try and understand the value. The short answer is Snowy 2 has value as a storage system. It is large, it is seasonal, it is relatively expensive, but delivers a really good value proposition because it allows for seasonal storage. It's really the only technology available to us that can store potential energy for a long period of time. So our later work, our latest pieces of work all include Snowy 2.
Right.
And we look at sensitivities about whether Battery of the Nation makes a difference. And the short answer is that long-term storage helps lower total system cost. It's not remarkable in terms of how much it lowers it, but it certainly does make a difference.
Okay, thanks. Just back to you, Dr. Barr, and this is another one Dr. Bongas might want to respond to. You were quite critical, I think, in your opening remarks of the ISP. Is there any type of consultation done on the modelling? Does AEMO reach out to people like yourself or Dr. Bongers and seek some challenge, have a round table about their assumptions and techniques?
Publicly, they go out for consultations, and I've provided consultations for the 2024 and gave them a very detailed report, that report there,
right,
of which I have got absolutely zero response, nothing.
Can I just stop you? What I'm particularly asked, because I've had some experience with economic modelling, when that has been done, or that I've been involved with government agencies, we'll often have a roundtable with modellers, like just with experts, like yourselves. Don't want to call you nerds, but they just love numbers, love models, love programming, and they'll tear it apart, what the model does. So it's one thing to go and ask the general public for submissions, but is there anything like that where there's a good to and fro between very smart people about the underlying code and assumptions in these models?
Yeah, well, I've tried to have that consultation, and I've tried to contact them and to organise meetings which have been totally unsuccessful. I got so frustrated at some point that I made direct submissions to the chairman of the board of AEMO and all the board members. I got some response, but fundamentally I've been totally unsuccessful in the consultation process, not for want of trying.
Dr. Bongers, do you have any relevant experience?
I haven't had the pleasure of sending off emails and letters to the board, but I am engaged with AEMO in terms of assumptions and other bits and pieces, but they are very closed shop in terms of how their model works and other bits and pieces, which is one of the reasons that the brains for the modelling work that we do, we have in a peer-reviewed paper for that very reason, so it is at least transparent. We have had discussions with CSIRO in the past about a possibility of a round table, and not a model off where we have a bunch of modellers, but certainly to give input and understanding, but I've seen no action in that space.
Can I just ask one follow-up? Actually, just from Dr. Barr, I think you explicitly mentioned that you can't make the ISP kind of model work. I mean, is there enough information out there publicly that you can kind of replicate or run the ISP, or are you having to make some assumptions about what they're doing?
It's impossible to get the model exactly as AEMO have it, okay?
Right.
Because, I've got one set of conditions here and they've got their own, and I'd bring them together as best I can.
Yep.
But I look at the amount of energy they're going to supply to customers. I look at the number of generators, the megawatts of generators. I give the renewables every chance to try and supply the load. And I don't just miss out by a little bit, I miss out by a lot. And I think a lot of it goes back to being able to ride through wind droughts and times of very difficult... power systems don't just work on good days, they have to work on the worst day. And it's the worst day scenario that brings them undone.
I mean, is there any technical reason why AEMO couldn't publish their entire model? I don't know what software you or they use, but would they be able to just publish it all? You could go and get the code and interrogate it. They presumably don't do that. What you're saying, is there any reason why they can't?
Well, they do publish a lot, and I interpret it as best I can. What's lacking is communication across the table of actually how they're doing things, and that's what I would really welcome with AEMO. If they could spend the time, I think it would be beneficial for both of us.
Dr. Bongers, did you want to add to that?
Well, absolutely agree. In our latest piece of work, which is not currently public because we haven't finished it all, that we have managed to get the ISP to work. Similar to Dr. Barr, in previous iterations of our model, we haven't been able to keep the lights on with the ISP, neither this ISP or previous. But what it seems the ISP have done in this particular iteration is that they have something called price-sensitive demand, and hydrogen fulfills that role. So if you can run hydrogen electrolyzers for only following the sun, so for 20% of the time, you can get very close to the ISP. It's not exact. They have more data than we do. They model to a higher resolution than we do, which you'd expect the market operator to be able to do, to be fair. So we've been able to get much closer to the ISP, but the assumptions in which we think they've got there, we don't think will ever come to pass. A hydrogen industry that runs electrolyzers at a 20% load factor, it's just not going to happen.
One thing I didn't get a chance to ask them last week is my interpretation of the ISP is there seems to be almost an assumption of perfect information about future weather events. I mean, sometimes in the model just before a La Nina or something, suddenly peaking gas comes online and saves the day in that year. Is that what they're assuming? I didn't get a chance to interrogate them. Is there sort of perfect forecastability of what the weather will be in the next few years?
Not sure about that. I have my suspicions that they might have much better foresight than we model with.
Or that anyone has, or that weathermen do.
Yeah, that's my suspicion.
Okay, that's interesting.
I just don't know.
You don't know. All right, well, hopefully we might get them back at some point. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the extra time.
No problem. Dr. Barr, I've just got one quick one, then I'll throw to Senator Gosh. You said you've corresponded, and I've seen your report or your submission to the draft ISP, 24 draft ISP. You got no response back?
No response at all.
And there was nothing in their consultation report about your points you made?
No, and it follows a similar, more detailed submission in 2022. So it's not the first time this has gone through. And I think they're missing an opportunity to get some really serious feedback.
You're not the only person who the committee has spoken to or I've spoken to that has made that point. So I think the points around transparency may be one thing, accountability seems to be another. Senator Gosh.
Dr. Barr, you noted that as far as planning goes currently, there isn't an inclusion of behind-the-meter solar and battery capacity.
Cost.
Okay.
The megawatts and megawatt hours are there, but not the dollars.
How would you go about doing that assessment? Is that a feasible thing to do that's not...
For a consulting fee, I'd be very happy to do it for you. And you've got to look at how the Australian Energy Regulator set network tariffs, and they look at the regulated asset base, and they look at efficient operating costs, and they look at depreciation and all these things. So what you need to do is, if you want to work out what those costs are going to be as they transfer, you need to reverse engineer that for the systems that AEMO are planning in their integrated system plan. It's more than doable, and with good engineering effort, you can make estimates of what low voltage capacity additions are required to meet the requirements of the rooftop solar and the like, and it's something that I've done in my modelling, and I'd be happy to consult with AEMO if they needed assistance in that space.
Does that substantively rely on using past data to predict what the future looks like?
It's a technique. It's a strategy. It's a way of doing things. Not necessarily. There's plenty of data out there, but what AEMO are lacking, they don't seem to have any vision inside distribution networks, or particularly down in the low voltage network. People think that the low voltage network is the least important part of the system. You know, the bit that's in front of your house. It's actually the most important. It's where the real dollars in the system are, and it's one of the biggest contributors to your electricity bill. So they really need to make the effort to focus on the total delivered cost all the way down, not just to the electricity meter, because the electricity meter doesn't include the rooftop solar and the batteries. It's got to go all the way down to the power point. And if they did that, they would be doing the country a great service. We'd get some visibility of what the real cost of their system is going to be.
Thank you. And Dr. Pondges, you said earlier that the batteries have the capacity to lower the overall system cost as they're currently deployed. If batteries become more affordable and more efficient, does that then further lower the overall system cost?
There's a bit of a caveat, I guess, to the role of storage. Batteries are particularly useful for really short-term problems. So if you've got excess solar or wind today and you want to store it for tomorrow or maybe the day after, batteries are a really good technology for that. Batteries are a terrible technology to store excess solar from January and move to June. So as the battery prices are forecast to come down, and that's part of the work that CSIRO do as part of their gen cost. So we do have visibility on what CSIRO thinks, at least, of what rooftop solar and what behind the meter storage costs will be, or at least their forecasts. But the role of batteries is really short-term storage. It's not long-term storage. The analogy I would use is that if you've got a 1,000-litre tank, so like a pallet-sized water tank, you can store water from today in that, but you probably use that and finish that in about 3 days. You need a reservoir to keep all of Brisbane or Canberra or fed with water. So you can store water in a 1,000-litre container, but it has a different role to a reservoir that stores enough water to run a city for 3 or 4 years. So that's where I said earlier on that Battery of the Nation and Snowy 2 are much more important storage devices because they can store water and potential energy, therefore, for a season or for a year or two. So you could put Snowy 2 water back into the reservoir and not draw that down for a year or maybe 2 years because you know you've had some really wet years. The Bureau of Meteorology is looking to say, look, it's going to be drier in a couple of years. You could use Snowy to do that. You can't use batteries to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Did you have a couple?
Yes, this software, I've just had a look. So the software that is used for the ISP, is that Plexos?
I understand it is, yes.
Yeah, right. Plexos was just recently bought by Blackstone and Vista Equity. Are you aware of that?
No.
Right. Blackstone are themselves massive investors in renewable energy. So we now have a situation where the modelling done for the energy transition is owned by a company that has got a massive commercial interest in the rollout of renewable energy. You're not aware of that, though. I wouldn't expect you to be.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to get access to what?
Yeah.
Can you get access to it? I mean, can you pay for it? Or?
Maybe Dr. Bongs can answer that one better.
In terms of Plexos is a commercial product. Right. So if you have a lot, and the subscription is a lot, but it's not the tool that's as important to the assumptions and how they use that tool. Yeah. So, for example, in the current ISP, they've got the step change scenario as one of the scenarios, but they present three scenarios: the hydrogen superpower, but then they've got another scenario where renewables aren't deployed as much. So there are ways to use Plexos to model different scenarios. I guess my issue with the ISP is the question they've asked in the first place that they've chosen to model. So why have they restricted the technologies to wind, solar, batteries and gas backup? So what about carbon capture and storage? What about even though nuclear is illegal currently, they could still do it as a scenario. Dr. Barr and I have both looked at nuclear, both looked at CCS in terms of what it could bring to the table in terms of value. So the modelling platform, if it's owned by somebody, that's not that relevant. It's more about how they construct the questions and how they look at risk, how they look at weather, what technologies they choose to include, by when, are much more important questions to ask.
Wish I had your lack of cynicism, Dr. Bongs. They bought this company for $1.6 billion. I wonder why it was so invaluable to them. I should, just for the record, I might have missed a step there. Plexos is a software produced by a company called Energy Exemplar, and Energy Exemplar was bought by a consortium of Blackstone and Vista Equity for $1.6 billion just last year. All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. If you were asked to take questions on notice, the date to have them come back to the committee is 12 November, and you may still get some some further questions on notice in writing. And as I mentioned, if you do wish to put in a submission, if you could have it in by early next week, that would be terrific.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Now I would like to welcome the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, if I'm not rushing you all, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? When you're ready, don't rush.
Thank you, Chair. Simon Duggan, Deputy Secretary Energy, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Kirsty Gowans, Head of Division for Electricity in the Department of Climate Change.
Lisa Beckman, Acting Principal Advisor in Rewiring the Nation Office.
Matthew Minchin, Acting Head of Division, National Energy Transformation Division.
Adam McKissick, Chief Energy Economist, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Melissa Pang, Branch Head of Electricity Markets.
Thank you very much. And for those at home, this is what accountability looks like. I get to see these fine people before us in Senate estimates. In fact, I think next Monday we'll be back together again for estimates. Do you have an opening statement?
Chair, we made a written submission. We've got nothing to add at this stage to that written submission by way of opening statement and look forward to the committee's questions.
Great. Senator Canavan.
Thanks, Chair. I might just start with this modelling. I'm just interested in this. So can you explain to me how EMO does this? Is it this energy exemplar Plexos software? Is this how the modelling is done for the ISP?
So I understand, Senator, you had AEMO here with you last week. I watched the reports.
You're not here now, though, that's all. But
I know that they
sure
took you through.
I hope you know what they do.
Well, certainly do know what they do.
So do they use Plexos?
So in terms of the specifics of the software and the modelling, etc., that they use, my understanding is yes, they use Plexos. Right. It's a pretty standard electricity market modelling tool.
But it's owned by an investment fund that has millions, if not billions, of dollars invested in renewable energy. Are you aware of that?
So I became aware of that, Senator, when you made that comment to the to the previous witness, and also heard their response, which is to say that the tool is important, but what's more important is how you use the tool and the assumptions that you utilise, etc.
But we're using this model to make decisions that impact on the commercial returns of renewable energy investments, are we not?
So the model informs AEMO's modelling of different potential pathways for the electricity system under a range of assumptions and consistent with government policy. So yes, that informs decision making.
Wow, I don't know how we've allowed a situation that that is owned by a company themselves is invested in the very outputs of this modelling. Are you aware of any arrangements in place to ensure these obvious conflicts of interest do not generate inferior outcomes for Australian people? You weren't even aware of the ownership, so...
I'm not aware of as I said, the ownership structure. I'm taking on good faith that you've represented that accurately. It's the first I was aware of it. I'm not aware of any.
Financial Review and many other publications as closed November last year, apparently, the deal, as I say, for $1.6 billion. Are you aware, how can people access that? We just heard it's a significant cost to access this software. What is that cost, and are you aware of how people can access it and ground truth the modelling done by
one of my colleagues who utilises similar sort of modelling software if they can provide any answers to that.
Right.
Sure. I mean, the Plexos software that is used to run these models is publicly available. You can purchase a licence. I don't know what the cost of that licence is. We could check that one and take it on notice, but it's publicly available software.
It doesn't sound like it's affordable for some of the academics and like. You might have taken on notice, but even if you did have a licence, could you replicate the work of AEMO, or is their work not, is the way they use the model not published enough for people to replicate it?
Well, AEMO does publish quite a lot of information about the assumptions they use. It's quite an open process they use to run the ISP. So I think, you know, a lot of their assumptions are available. There are a lot of technical documents they release on their website to support the ISP. So I think we saw in Dr. Bonga's testimony before us, I think he does run similar processes according to his testimony. So I think
could you just take the question on notice I asked, if that's all right?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. What's the shadow price of carbon that AEMO use in the ISP?
So AEMO utilise effectively a carbon budget methodology. And so that carbon budget methodology effectively assigns, consistent again with government policy around emissions reduction, a certain level of carbon that is attributable to the electricity sector. And so in that context, it's a model-driven output. It's not an input assumption in terms of then what's derived in terms of a shadow carbon price. So one of my colleagues may be able to correct me on this, but I don't think that that's something that AEMO publish from...
No, we've asked for it before and they refused to give it to us. They say they're not at liberty to share this information. I don't know who's restricting their liberty, but do you know what the shadow carbon price is in the ISP, the latest version of the ISP?
No. Senator, I mean, we can, again, I think AEMO's given you the answer, which is, again, it's not published as part of their very extensive suite of information they publish, but we can take it on notice. Could you take that on notice? Because I can't quite understand why that would be a particular issue. Last week I asked the head of AEMO, Daniel Westerman, if he could guarantee prices would fall. He said no, he couldn't. Are prices going to fall for Australian consumers? Electricity prices going to fall? Yeah, so I think, Senator, I did watch Mr Westerman's appearance, and I think Ms York went on later in the appearance to make the point that what you can be sure of...
Who?
Ms York, Marion York.
York, sorry.
Yep. Made the point that faced with different technology choices for meeting Australia's future electricity demand needs, that the lowest cost technology choice will lead to lower price outcomes than the alternative. I think that was the evidence, and
but the problem, the way this particular exercise came out, the way the conclusion came out was that AEMO doesn't model that. They model the least cost pathway to get to government policy objectives, one of which, of course, is 82% renewables by 2030. So it does, of course, massively restrict options that you look at, or that AEMO looks at. I mean, has the department or anyone done an analysis of the total system cost? We're hearing this morning from lots of experts in this area. They're very critical of the work being done to plan our energy, I hate the word transition, but energy transition. That people, the experts are very critical of the fact that no one seems to be looking at the total system cost of this and trying to minimise that. Is there any work that the government or yourselves are doing to estimate that?
So AEMO does put out the cost of the various different scenarios that they run out to 2050 in terms of the capital cost of the new build, consistent with the different technology choices. And so they are quite transparent about those elements of the costs. And that is, to our mind, I mean, that is the most informed, evidence-based and contested publicly.
I'm just coming back to my question. They admitted themselves that that's not looking at the least cost pathway. It's looking at the least cost pathway to get to the government policy objectives. What I'm asking for is there anybody looking at what's the least cost pathway without those constraints, like forming a baseline or trying to minimise total system cost for everybody? Has anyone done that work?
So they do, in their what they call the counterfactual scenario, they do look at a scenario where they don't have any transmission build, and effectively that the system service that would otherwise be provided by the ISP transmission build is provided through distribution
model, that scenario
services.
still has carbon budgets?
Yes, so it's effectively delivering the same outcome.
So isn't the answer to my question no? No one's doing that work unless you can...
Well, Senator, you kind of need to be clear on what your objective is in order to be able to...
My objective, I don't know what the government's objective is. My objective is to get the lowest cost for Australian consumers. Is anyone doing a work at how can we produce electricity at the lowest cost?
Yeah. So
has
EMO,
anyone done that without any other constraints?
Yeah. So EMO does that in the context of the government's emissions reduction targets. That is correct.
And just to be clear, I'm not asking just about EMO. I'm not trying to blame them here. They're only doing what they're asked. But at a government level, at a whole of government level, is anybody looking at how to minimise cost for the Australian consumers, absence of any other objective?
So all the work that we do in this regard would be consistent with government policy.
Right.
So it would be consistent with the way EMO models.
So because no one's doing that work, it's not possible to conclude that this particular plan, the government's current plan, is the cheapest way of delivering electricity for Australians. So no one's done that.
Yeah. So what I mean, the way to understand the ISP is that it models out the optimal development pathway. You're absolutely correct, Senator, consistent with government emissions reduction policies. It does so in a way that recognises that assets that are currently providing generation capacity into the system will reach the end of their productive life, and it looks at the least cost way of replacing those assets. And so the technology choices that come out of the different scenarios are the ones that, through the work of CSIRO and the GenCost publication with AEMO, are the lowest system cost way of delivering on those outcomes.
Okay. Just turning to the objective of 82% renewables by 2030, are we on track to hit that?
Yeah, so Senator, we are becoming more and more encouraged by the pathway to 82%. So when it was announced by the government, I think at the time it was recognised that we needed to see a significant acceleration in renewable energy investment. That was part of the reason for putting out a target that was achievable, but that was going to require a fair bit of effort. And so since that time, we've observed that the pathway wouldn't be linear, that in a sense what we would see is investors responding to the investment signals as other sources of generation exited the market. That provides a signal for new sources of generation to enter. We've also got a range of government policies that are intended to support new generation capacity, like the Capacity Investment Scheme, supported by things like the Rewiring the Nation program to get the related transmission infrastructure in place. So what we're actually seeing over the past short period is a significant increase in what we're seeing in terms of projects reaching financial closure. So to date in 2024, we've had 9.1 gigawatts of large-scale renewable energy generation and storage projects reach financial closure, which is up from 8.3 gigawatts last year. And what we're expecting, basically of that 4.5 gigawatts are utility-scale solar and wind. Now, what we need to hit in terms of an average annual is about 6 gigawatts. So through to October, we're at 4.5. We think, on that basis, that we'll get close to achieving the 6.
So 4.5 been built this year?
Yeah, 4.5 gigawatts having reached financial closure.
No. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right, because they'll be built over many years potentially. So you need 6 gigawatts a year. How much has been built over the last 12 months? How much actually been installed, come online?
Yeah, so over the last 12 months, it's in the order of about 3 to 4 gigawatts worth of new generation capacity.
So about 50, we're only going half.
But that's utility scale. On top of that, you've got about 3 gigawatts worth of household solar being added as well.
You could come back on notice, because you obviously don't have the exact figures. The minister a couple of years ago said we need to build 22,000 solar panels every day, install 22,000 solar panels every day and 40 new turbines a month. Over the last 12 months, how many solar panels have we installed a day, and how many wind turbines on average each month have we installed?
I don't know if we've got that information at our fingertips. We might have to take that when I notice.
Why aren't we tracking that? If that was, that was in a minute the minister gave that speech. We're not tracking that at all?
We are tracking that, Senator.
Okay.
We will have that information ready for estimates, because we would be expecting that we might be asked that. Sorry, we are just a little bit behind schedule in the market.
We'll do that next week,
inquiry.
But if you could, maybe someone could ask while we're here, still here for an hour or so. Maybe if you got it for estimates, you'd have it. I'm sure someone back at the department would have it. So maybe I'll come back to it at the end of this hour, because it's a pretty simple question, and you've obviously done the work. I mean, it seems like there's a great risk that we won't meet this, though. We're obviously behind right now. You say that it doesn't have to be linear and we might catch up. Are you doing any work on a plan B in case we do not hit these targets and potentially have energy shortfalls?
So the work we're doing is ensuring that through the capacity investment scheme, through the renewable energy transformation agreements, through the Rewire the Nation Fund, through all of these tools, that we're putting the market in the best possible position to achieve 82%. So that's our singular.
But so there's no, you haven't been asked to look at any alternative to the 82% by 2030?
No, so that's a government policy, it's a government target. 82%, absolutely critical to getting to 43% emissions reduction, which is in line with the government's Paris.
Does any other part of the world have, outside of those that use hydroelectricity for a lot of their renewables, or a lot of their energy, does anywhere else in the world have 82% solar and wind with a little bit of hydro like we're planning to do?
So there are countries that do have levels of renewable penetration that are in excess of our own.
I know, but are they met those largely through hydroelectricity?
Through a variety of different generation technologies.
I'd love you to point to something that does. I mean, one other problem I've got here, or one other thing that most Australians shake their head at, is we seem to have now one of the highest power prices in the world. And we've got all these energy resources. Why is that? Why are our electricity prices 3 times that of the US now?
So, Senator, so our energy prices sit broadly, so in the bottom third of the OECD. You would expect them to.
That's not true. What is it? We don't seem, just on this one, I wanted to ask this. Yeah. We don't seem to have electricity prices published in the IEA Energy and Prices report anymore. So do you know the one I'm referring to, the publication I'm referring to? The last time, it was 2018 was the last time they published Australian electricity prices. Why is that?
Senator,
thank you.
IEA data from 2023.
Right.
So that shows Australia at about $53 US a megawatt hour. Below Japan.
Who's paying $53 a megawatt hour in Australia?
Yeah, in US dollar terms, that's
but that's not the whole state, even in US dollar terms. That's not
on
right.
average through 2023.
2023, that would
in US dollar terms.
Right. What's the price? That's not right.
So below Japan, France, UK.
Okay, but you're talking wholesale. You're talking wholesale, obviously.
This is wholesale.
I don't even think those figures they seem very out of whack. I mean, the average price in most states has been over $100, hasn't it, a megawatt hour recently?
If we look at retail prices,
Australian dollars, admittedly, but Australian dollars not 50 cents.
So the most recent retail price comparison from the OECD, 2022, shows us below the OECD average, below France, Japan, UK, Germany.
What's the price?
So it's 17.6 cents per kilowatt hour.
Again, who's paying that? This seems, I mean, how do you compile these figures? Because I don't know anyone that would get 17 cents a kilowatt hour.
So this is average. So this is going back prior to 2022, prior to the energy crisis, associated with the war in Ukraine. But prices have sort of come back to those sort of levels since then.
Most people are paying 30, 40 cents a kilowatt hour. What do you pay on your bill? You're paying 17 cents a kilowatt hour?
Well, it varies. So but these are average numbers, and
that doesn't seem right.
Average numbers over time that you can compare across countries. So, but
maybe I'll go and ask some of my colleagues behind there that might have more information. I'll come back, but I'll take the call. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll just move the call around. Senator Gosh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. There was a discussion about the use of levelised cost of energy as distinct from using the total system cost and benefits and detriments of that in some of the earlier witnesses' testimony. Were you present or listening to that?
No, wasn't here for that.
Okay, perhaps taking a step back then, do you have any observations or thoughts on the benefits of each of those measurements and the utility of each of those measurements in terms of the provision of energy in Australia?
I think, Senator, the levelised cost of energy is a tool used to be able to compare different technologies. So I think those gen cost numbers that are produced help you to kind of understand the different costs. So the levelised cost is the amount you need to recover all of your capital and current costs over the life of that generation asset. So that helps you to understand different costs of different technologies. But if you're looking at an optimisation model, for example, like the ISP, you'd look more at capital costs and then you optimise across other costs of that technology. So different measures have different uses, and I think that levelised cost measure really helps you to make the comparisons.
For achieving objectives of reliability, minimising price and meeting Australia's emissions reduction targets, there seems to have been a philosophical debate that's emerged out of some of the evidence today that compares a model that uses ever-increasing intermittent or renewable sources of energy with a firming source, for instance like gas, or a reversion to a baseload focused model to ensure the economics of large-scale baseload infrastructure. In terms of achieving those objectives, do you have a view about which is optimal?
So Senator, again, I mean, you ran through some of the choices that you need to make in terms of how you determine what's optimal. So reliability, security, affordability, and achieving emissions reduction goals. They're all important things. They're all the things, again, that in a sense constrain the AEMO's modelling through the integrated system plan. And so in terms of, what's the lowest cost system generation mix that leads you to achieving and solving for all of those different issues, the most authoritative source that we have is the integrated system plan, which would talk to what you described, which is a combination of firmed renewable energy, where the firming comes from, effectively you've got VRE, you've got storage through batteries, and then firming through some combination of pumped hydro, gas, and while it remains in the system, of course, coal-fired power generation remains very important for us. Over time, you would expect that technology shift to continue more towards the firmed renewables, which shifts you more towards, as I said, renewable energy, storage and firming, as I said, with pumped hydro and gas playing a significant role.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair.
You've got a short block.
Thank you. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I've got some questions about emissions and technology modelling of the electricity market. It looks as though there was a prediction that emissions from the electricity sector was projected to fall by about 12 million tonnes per annum in the year 2023-24, but that projection was out by about 10 million tonnes. Is that correct?
So, Senator, you have us at a bit of a disadvantage. The emissions projections are done by the Climate Change Group in our department. We don't have any of those colleagues here with us today. But we can take that one on notice for you and come back.
Sure. And if that is the case, just on notice to why such a significant error in the projections. I'll put the rest of them on notice. One issue that's been raised in multiple submissions, including from RMIT and UTS, is that there's no clear definition of energy consumer in the various laws that govern the energy market. They argue that this causes confusion and has contributed to the development of a complex and at times problematic system. Why isn't there a single clear definition of energy consumer?
I don't know whether any of my colleagues have anything to contribute on that.
Yes, I'm not sure we would know why that wasn't defined, but we could take it on notice to see if there's records that explain
Who would know?
that choice.
It sort of seems fundamental to me. We hear so much about prices and the consumer, but no one's actually defined what that is.
Yeah, so Senator, we typically, when we think about our advice to government around different policies, we think more around the componentry of what an energy consumer is. So we think about how we can support households in the energy transition, how we can support business in the energy transition. In terms then of what a definition would be, and I presume I haven't read the submission, but I presume this is specifically in a regulatory context. So that's one we'll need to take on notice just to understand the nature of the question to be able to provide you with a good answer.
That'd be great. It seems to me like the regulatory system is working for everyone except the actual people it should be working for. Just to ask some questions about the AEMC. Do you accept that the rule change process through AEMC is inflexible?
Yeah, so I think, Senator, so the AMC, my observation of them is that they are very responsive to rule change requests from wherever they may come from. I mean, they have quite rigorous processes, quite rightly, that they go through in terms of consultation. Those consultation timeframes take time to ensure that, you know, the ultimate rule change, should it succeed in that process, is one that, you know, is fit for purpose. And so, yeah, I think they're flexible and responsive to the demand, but then I think the actual process they go through, quite rightly, is rigorous in its application.
Mm-hmm. And it seems to me, and we covered this on a previous day of hearings, this tension between complex and lengthy rule changes has led to some states legislating jurisdictional derogations, and some of the complications that causes, where you have states sort of doing their own thing within the NEM. Is that an issue in your?
Yeah. So I think, I mean, for all the reasons why, you know, it makes a lot of sense to have a national electricity market, consistency of rules, consistency of approaches, to provide, you know, frankly, consistency of frameworks for investors in particular to grapple with, but also consumers, as you point out. So I think certainly, you know, the best system is one where we had a clear and transparent set of rules that apply equally across state borders. I think that's right. I don't know, you know, the examples that I've been associated with where states have taken the decision to derogate. It's not so much a concern about the timeframe or robustness of an AMC consultation process. It's a different perspective for that jurisdiction in terms of what that jurisdiction's specific needs are on that topic. And so, you know, each jurisdiction with its own geography has its own set of challenges, and, you know, there will be times where, in trying to find consensus in the NEM, you know, a jurisdiction will take the view that where the consensus is heading is not fit for purpose for them. So that's more the sort of scenario that we see, rather than a specific concern with the AMC's rule change process per se.
And given you've talked about the need for consistency and some of the challenges that come from states reclaiming a variety of roles in managing their jurisdictional electricity systems, what's the department doing about this issue?
So what I would say is that through the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council, and underpinning that is the National Energy Transformation Partnership, we are driving to ensure consistency of priority as we, you know, I guess the Commonwealth Government supports the state governments in managing their way through the energy transition. So understanding priorities, and then below that there's a very significant working group structure for senior officials, which each jurisdiction contributes to the development of policies that then ultimately are recommended to the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council. So all jurisdictions have the opportunity to contribute. The aim is to ensure that everyone's views are taken into account, so that by the time you get to the end, every jurisdiction is able to sign up to the recommendation. Now, as I said, there are a few examples of where that doesn't occur for very specific reasons for specific jurisdictions, but I'd call them more the exception rather than being the norm.
Okay, so that all the work's happening through the Ministerial Council, but is this lack of harmonisation between jurisdictions because of jurisdictional derogations a challenge for the task of decarbonisation at a national level, given we have the national climate legislation?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I can't think of an example yet where I would say it has been so significantly at odds that it's become one of the major impediments or one of the major challenges. I think the examples that there have been thus far, you know, I think, you know, obviously, you know, had we been able to achieve a consensus across the NEM, that would have put us in a better position. But I don't think we're in a materially worse position for not having achieved it, would be my assessment.
And I think, Senator, also when you're thinking of some of the recent derogations, in particular because states and territories notify other states when they intend to make a derogation from the national electricity rules. So thinking back over the past year, that hasn't been a frequent occurrence, and most recently related to Queensland's enactment of their Jobs and Energy Plan and actually Queensland adopting its own targets and pathways, in some ways with the intention of progressing the decarbonisation of the Queensland grid, putting in place specific measures that deal with some of the commitments of the Queensland state government in relation to their state-owned electricity assets. So I think on a case-by-case basis, some derogations are to advance the decarbonisation of specific markets, and others, as you say, perhaps can be less positive. And in some of those sort of areas, the Commonwealth does seek to play a leadership role. So particularly, for example, in actions like implementation of the CER roadmap, where there are really important issues where national consistency matters. So you don't want to have sort of railway gauge issues. Devices need to be interoperable, and we need to ensure in Australia that, mum's EV and dad's EV both plug into a charger that's the same. So we don't obviously want to be in a situation where the devices won't work together across the country. So in those circumstances, the Commonwealth is lead through the National Energy Transformation Partnership to ensure that we're working together in the best interests of Australian consumers.
And I guess what I'm getting at is who is driving the task of decarbonising the electricity sector? Are we just leaving this to the Ministerial Council, or is there other work happening?
No, it's a good question, Senator. So the way I'd describe it is the Commonwealth has set the ambition, so 43% emissions reduction by 2030, net zero by 2050. That ambition, I mean, when we looked at, for example, the 82% renewable energy target in 2030, prior to some of the recent interventions from the government, the states the combination of their targets would have taken us somewhere around 67%. So they had existing energy planning in place that would have delivered 67% renewables. Now, that was essentially the basis on which the advice to government around the need for an additional set of instruments, one of those being the capacity investment scheme, to take us from 67 through to 83%, 32 gigawatts of new generation and storage capacity in order to lift. But in doing that, what we needed was the states to maintain their effort. And so the counterpart instrument for us is renewable energy transformation agreements. So bilateral agreements between the Commonwealth and each individual state, where they commit to continuing to do the things that they had intended to do in order to reach 67 on average. And so that the Commonwealth's additional investment through the capacity investment scheme is truly additional and takes us through to 82. So it's really, the combination at the national level, rule setting through the National Energy Transformation Partnership, all the working groups, but then supported by these bilateral agreements that deliver on the ambition of 82%.
Thank you. Given the complexity of all this, we sit through days of listening to experts try and unpack what's happening in the energy market and regulation. What are you doing to ensure that this complexity isn't a barrier for consumers, energy groups, and even local governments to participate in the energy market?
Yeah. So Senator, there is a big task in a sense, demystifying and turning something which is quite complex at the system level into something quite approachable for the individual consumer. So there are a range of tools that exist. I mean, you'll be aware of the Energy Made Easy website, for example, an opportunity for consumers to learn about the energy system but also understand how they interact with it. I'd just say, Senator, I think this is an area where it's sort of the job's never going to really be done in terms of communicating simply, easily to consumers and making sure that they are as well placed to be, the key beneficiaries of the energy transition. I think this is going to require attention from policymakers all the way through the transition.
How many hits have you had on this Energy Made Easy website?
So that's, I understand it's administered by the Australian Energy Regulator, so we'll have to take on notice and ask them, Senator, how many hits they've had.
Great. I'll chuck a few more on notice. Thanks, Chair.
Right. We might get back to others. Just thought we'd share it around. Mr. Duggan, thank you for appearing again. Very much appreciated. As you know, this inquiry was stood up largely to look at both effectiveness and governance of our the Australian energy system. It's through the testimony we've had and things that we've learned earlier, including through estimates, I'm concerned as a federal parliamentarian that the federal government's being pulled into a vortex that may not serve the taxpayer of Australia all that well. And certainly also there's been plenty of concerns expressed about the benefit to energy users across the country for increasing costs, etc. What is, just to set the scene, can you tell me what the department's role is in that?
Yeah.
Briefly.
So, thank you, Chair. Effectively, for all the reasons that we've just discussed, I mean, the governance, the overall governance of the energy transition in Australia occurs through the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council, which Minister Bowen chairs as the Commonwealth Minister for Energy and Climate Change. So we support Minister Bowen in that role. In that capacity, I have a particular role, which is to be the chair of the senior officials group that sits below it. And below that is a range of working groups that align with the priorities that ministers have established in terms of the focus of governments in driving the transition that we're seeing in the energy sector. So there's there's a Commonwealth state governance architecture that sits below all of this. And then in addition to that, as you know, we have market bodies established.
Yeah, no, it's just more inquiring about the role of the department, and assume you provide advice to the minister. Where you're seeing changes that might be needed, etc.
Yeah. So the advice that we provide to the minister is in accordance with all the objectives around ensuring that we have an energy system that works for the users of energy. So, of course, managing the transition to cleaner energy technologies in line with the emissions reduction objectives of the government is a focus, but alongside, of course, reliability, stability of the energy system, affordability, being absolutely prominent. So with all of those objectives, providing advice to the government where we see opportunities for the Commonwealth to be engaging in ways that promote each of those objectives. Now, a lot of the time, actually, the states will have the levers, and so part of that engagement is working with and through the states to think about what instruments they can bring to solving the challenges along the way, and what instruments and comparative advantages the Commonwealth will bring. So each of us is doing what we're best equipped to do.
And briefly, do you measure progress or success against those things?
Yeah, so we certainly, with respect to each of those individual metrics or individual objectives, we are very attentive to looking at the data and the evidence for how things are tracking, and that gives us an insight into areas where we may need to put more priority focus over time. So, as I mentioned before, a couple of years ago, it was pretty evident to us that the emissions reduction objective that the government had been set wasn't going to be achieved on the basis of the existing state planning, the existing Commonwealth government instruments, and therefore we provided advice around what were the options or choices that the government faced in order to be able to do that. So just one example.
Sure, thank you. And we've heard that in estimates before. And heads up, when it comes to measurement, I might put some more questions to you next week about what that measurement looks like. But it seems on the evidence that what we're seeing that the transition to a low-no emissions economy is faltering. That the ISP isn't delivering on the things that it said it was going to do on behalf of the Commonwealth and the states. And I think some of the evidence for that, and I can take you through some of the reasons, we can get into the weeds of the ISP about why. But the fact that the Commonwealth government has had to come up with the rewiring the nation policy is a key one. The other major one, I think, is the capacity investment scheme. They're Commonwealth coming up with solutions to problems that the ISP should have remedied. And there's no evidence that it was or ever could remedy those. And the Commonwealth has had to step in with its balance sheet and try and solve these problems.
So the way I describe it, Chair, is that the market is transitioning. It's largely commercial incentives that are driving the changes that we're seeing in the energy market. But the Commonwealth Government's emissions reduction targets, in order to achieve those, require an acceleration beyond which there is currently the commercial incentive to deliver. And so what the capacity investment scheme, and there's a lot of uncertainty. So the capacity investment scheme, one of its objectives is to provide more certainty around the future revenue stream of a new renewable energy project or a new storage project, in the context of a lot of uncertainty about when the capacity that it may ultimately replace, so in this case coal-fired power generation, what the closure schedule of that capacity would be. So that's a very important variable when you're sitting down to make a renewable energy. So there's a lot of uncertainty around that, and for many of the renewable energy potential investors, it's very difficult. It's unknowable because there's lots there that you can't see based on public information. So, in a sense, you're providing for an acceleration, and you're correcting for some information gaps that de-risk those investments in order to achieve the acceleration that's needed to go, as I said, from what the commercial incentives would have led to what the government has set in terms of emissions reduction targets in order to achieve its Paris commitments. So it is an acceleration on what would otherwise have been achieved, and that requires a degree of intervention in order to achieve it.
But that's also the ISP's job, isn't it, to send those signals, and particularly, let's just look at one, transmission. I think it's fair to say, and we've had plenty of evidence, that the ISP isn't an integrated system plan. It's a transmission planning document which sets out a least cost pathway to develop a set of transmission projects.
So I think, obviously, Chair, you know the ISP in quite a bit of detail, so you'd know that it also, in addition to transmission, it also steps through the different generation technology potential pathways.
So let me address that. Yes, it does talk about them in no more certain terms than you and I having a conversation about them. It doesn't plan for them in any meaningful way. The only thing it plans for is transmission. There is nothing else that says, here are actionable projects. And in fact, if I can hold it up, all the actionable projects, and the only inputs into the candidate development paths that go into the optimal development path, which is then the plan that's taken forward, is only transmission projects. For example, there's no, doesn't model more or less generation, more or less wind or solar, the effect of storage would have on the amount of generation or transmission that's needed. Doesn't do any of those.
Yeah. So, Chair, I'll hand to my colleague in just a moment. One thing, of course, what the ISP contributes to through defining what an actionable project is, it then contributes, of course, to the next step in a regulatory process that recognises that specifically for transmission, there is a market power element there which requires then a regulatory approach to how you then provide the revenue base for that market power. So, in a sense, the ISP is a feed-in with respect specifically to transmission. It needs to get to the point of identifying what potentially an actionable project is for testing by the proponent under the RIT-T, which I'd think of as being categorically different to then a generation, potentially the role the ISP plays in identifying the total generation capacity choices that you face under different technology outlooks. But, Ms Gowans knows this stuff very well. Is there anything you'd add?
I think I'm just, contemplating your question, which I think is a really important question, goes to the heart of what is the integrated system plan for. And in that respect, I go back to the fact that it is a policy and information tool for market participants and governments who are planning in an environment of uncertainty. So it does have a critical role in respect of transmission planning, and of course AEMO has a transmission planning function under the National electricity law. It's part of the function
Sure.
of AEMO.
No, that's all given and all matter of law.
Yes, but it does start from that question of the system need. So the integrated system plan starts by saying what is the system as a whole, what is the system that we need? So, for example, it models the amount of demand that it's expected and therefore the matching amount of supply. It models the cost of the different options to meet that supply. And then ultimately, as you say, at the end of that process, what comes out of it is the way that you will connect the demand and the supply together, which in many cases is transmission.
Only in
yes,
some.
Not in all cases, but ultimately you do need your electricity to get to market. So you do need your electricity to travel from the place where it's generated to the places where it's consumed, and transmission and distribution play that function in our electricity system.
Yes, but it's not the only role. For example, rooftop solar doesn't need transmission.
But does need distribution.
Only if you don't store it in a battery. But none of that's planned for. None of that's actually planned for. All that's planned for is transmission, which, I put to you that the NEM is probably the greatest provider of productivity in the country. As a single entity, if you could call it. Yet none of the planning that's done in the ISP or anywhere else that I can find is done on an economic basis. The ISP is done on we might need it and what's the cost of it or what's the least cost of it to get there. But there's no economic analysis of that need. There's no analysis of whether a mixture of storage and solar is better than wind and transmission or whatever. None of that's modelled. It only turns out one particular product. It's like a biscuit factory that turns out biscuits, nothing more, which is fine if that's all you are and you're being honest. But given the amount of, I won't say transparency because AEMO is very transparent, but as we've heard today, it's not very accountable because you get to see the inputs and you are given an output, but you can't see any of the workings, what's gone into derive that output. It's a black box where a whole lot gets shoveled in and you get a nice pretty document at the end that says more transmission. And this is, that would be fine, but then the Commonwealth is being asked to come in and solve the transmission problem by having to put up $20 billion for more transmission. So I just worry that as a Commonwealth, states have their own things and they're changing things by putting in their own derogations, as we discussed before. But I just worry the Commonwealth is being led down a path that we're not going to recover out of.
So I accept the point that you're making on one level, but on another level, and I know, you're very familiar with this, which is that, in a sense, what the ISP is doing is getting to the point of identifying what is an actionable project. There's a lot that then transpires, as you know, through the RIT-T process to then challenge that project against the alternatives for delivering the same system service. And in that context, look to ensure that it provides it at the lowest ultimate cost to consumers. So then what's supported ultimately by the Commonwealth Government through Rewiring the Nation will have gone through that process to then determine that what may have started in the ISP as an actionable project has gone through a rigorous process before it's then assessed as being the best method of providing the system service that we need. Yes, and then Rewiring the Nation is just reducing the cost to consumers of that option.
I don't necessarily agree because the RIT-T test is in effect, it's just checking lowest cost, against the ISP. It's it's almost like a self-reinforcing process.
I wouldn't quite accept that it's just checking the process against the ISP. So the integrated system plan, when a project is actionable, triggers the commencement of a RIT-T.
Yes.
But a RIT-T requires the transmission network service provider to come up with a range of different options to deliver that same outcome, and they can include obviously non-network options as well as network options, and that process of testing the various options through the consultation report and then the final report is designed to ensure that that option is the one that stacks up in the long-term interests of consumers.
That's a very good point when you talk about non-networked options. There is no driver for them to actually put forward realistic non-network options. And there, in the ISP path, there is no non-network options that are put forward as alternatives. So the proponents have little or no incentive to put non-network options in there. Have a look at the BNI West PADR. It's given such short shrift. It's embarrassing.
We can provide more on notice about this, but there is a requirement to provide non-network options or present non-network options as part of the RIT-T.
And then dismiss them.
I couldn't comment on whether they're then dismissed. It is a requirement of the RIT-T that non-network options are put forward and evaluated as a part of the assessment of which is the best way of delivering that outcome for the national electricity market.
Given that none of this is assessed on an economic basis, don't you think that we're now at a point and where we're seeing states having to go off on their own and do their own things, that the experiment's kind of done and dusted? It's about time to start looking at where we go to next with this process and trying to come up with a better planning process, a more complete one that delivers on our transition to net zero. I mean, for example, the national electricity objectives set a emissions reduction target. The ISP only models an amount of a percentage of renewables. They're not the same thing. So there's just some inbuilt problems which are being papered over by a lack of accountability. I think that states and the Commonwealth are starting to see issues arising with this that are only going to cause you and your minister problems down the track, as opposed to AEMO.
Yeah. So I'll just make two comments in response to that, Chair. One is, so no sooner do they finish an ISP than they start the process for the next ISP. So AEMO is currently gearing up to do the 2026 ISP. As part of that, as you know, they go through quite an extensive process of consultation around what they're planning, what they're proposing to do in that context, and they make improvements, refinements over time on the basis of that consultation. Second point I'd make is that we also have a role to play here. Periodically there is a review done of the ISP. We completed a review within the past 12 months. We provided advice on that through to energy ministers. Energy ministers effectively agreed with that advice, and now we've got rule change requests in to make improvements to the ISP. So it's not a static document, it's a document that we seek to strengthen and improve over time. And so this is it's a fast-moving environment, lots of different perspectives being brought to bear on it. So I personally have confidence in AEMO to take on board the feedback that they get, and if I had a concern, if I had a particular perspective on it, I'd express it to AEMO as one of the government shareholders, and I'd anticipate that they would listen and they would respond to that.
But who's holding them to account? Because none of the things they say they're going to achieve are being achieved.
Yeah. So ultimately, I mean, this falls into the category of things that are AEMO's statutory functions, and so ultimately for their statutory functions they are accountable to the energy and climate ministers, and so they report to us every 6 months on progress against their priorities. We have a statement of expectations with AEMO that we set around what we ask them to do as governments, and we do monitor their progress, and we do make an assessment as to whether or not we require changes or further interventions.
I'll leave it there, but can I ask you to put those reports that AEMO give you every 6 months, if you would take that on notice or table them next week?
I'll do that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thanks. Just returning to these power prices issues. I have looked at this before. This Global Petrol Prices website publishes prices. They say that our prices, household prices in Australia, average 26.3 US cents per kilowatt hour. Where do you get your 17 cents from?
So, Senator, during which period are you?
2024.
2024. So
2023. I got 2023. It was 21 cents. In 2022, it's 23 cents.
Yeah. So I was referring to 2021 data, and
right. Okay.
And it's because you're comparing across countries. We were putting in standardised US dollar terms across all those different countries. So
have you got figures, say, for the last couple of years?
We don't have that comparison for most recent years.
Is there any reason we're not doing that? Or, I mean, there seems to be some data available.
Yeah, there's no particular reason, but we just don't have it.
We can take on notice, Senator, and come back to you with the most
probably
recent
a bit embarrassing because they are quite high. We've actually got the 11th highest in the developed world, and all the countries above us are all in Europe. I'm not sure we'd want to be comparing ourselves to them. I mean, is there anywhere in the world you can point to that has adopted or increased its share of solar and wind electricity to a substantial degree and has lowered their electricity prices as a result?
Yeah. So certainly we are not alone in the countries that are seeking to use increased solar and wind, and we will need to look and do a cross comparison. I don't have the matrix of who's increasing solar and wind and what's happened to their prices on hand, Senator, so I'll need to take that.
So there's no country you can identify. I mean, the problem here is you can only ignore reality for so long. The reality is almost every country I can see that's increased its share of solar and wind significantly, especially those in Europe, has ended up with much higher power prices.
So, Senator, I mean, the point I'd make is that there are a lot of factors that go into power prices. In Europe at the moment, of course, those that are reliant in any way on gas are paying much higher power prices than they were previously due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So, I think this isn't an answer that I want to give to you superficially, Senator. I think if we can take this on notice and we can give you an actual assessment of what the drivers are of that, I think you'd be much better informed.
How much is the capacity investment scheme going to cost taxpayers?
Yeah, so Senator, in the budget papers, it's noted that it sits as a contingent liability for the Commonwealth, but the total cost isn't disclosed, and there's very good commercial reasons for that, which are we publish the amount of generation capacity that we're seeking, which is the 32 gigawatts. Were we to publish the cost, effectively we would undermine the competitiveness of the auctions because we would essentially be giving a sense of what the average price per kilowatt was.
But it means the Australian people don't know. It's their dollars that are being put at risk.
Yeah, and again, I'd say, Senator, what would be, it would be challenging, and in fact we wouldn't be putting the Australian taxpayer in a very good position if we were to, in a sense, prejudice the outcomes of tender arrangements because we revealed what the Commonwealth was prepared to pay. We need those tenders to be as competitive as possible to drive the lowest possible prices.
Similar to the electricity price, seems like the government doesn't want to publish information that is potentially embarrassing to it. I mean, do you expect the extra investments from the capacity investment scheme to push the wholesale electricity prices down or up?
Yeah, so Senator, when we did the analysis that informed the decision that the government made around the capacity investment scheme, we did that on the basis of an expectation that the more low-cost renewable energy you get into the system, and getting that into the system prior to 2030, while we still have a fair bit of generation capacity from other sources, the more supply you get in, the lower the prices will be ultimately.
So under the capacity investment scheme, though, when those prices go down, the cost will go up because you're underwriting the investments, right? So you'll have to then potentially trigger the payments under the capacity investment scheme to the proponents. Yeah,
one way of thinking about that, Senator, is it's a natural hedge. Like if electricity prices fall to very low levels in Australia, then yes, in a sense, the taxpayer will then be underwriting.
So how do you define very low levels? When do these payments kick in?
So it's different for every contract. So each proponent bids in at a floor price, and so for each contract that's written, we only provide the revenue underwriting that is necessary.
So have you got a ceiling on the floor price, so to speak?
Yeah, so the way the auction, it's effectively a collar arrangement.
Right.
And so the Commonwealth Government takes 90% of the downside revenue risk below the floor, and then we share 50%.
What I'm sort of like, have you got a
risk.
reserve? Like if someone tries to bid a floor price above a certain level, you say, no, we're not taking that. That's too much cost to the Australian people.
So there's there's a financial value assessment, but really it's a relative assessment. What we've found is that we've got sufficient...
I know we've got really limited time. Apparently you guys can't stay. Just quickly, I mean, I'm not sure, maybe you can't understand my question. Please tell me if you can't. But is there a price above which you will not take a contract? Does the government set a reserve?
No, Senator.
Thank you.
That is within. Okay. That is competitively determined within the.
So it's quite different from my understanding of the offshore wind auctions in the UK, where there is such a reserve price, so to speak.
Yep.
All right. So uncapped risk to the taxpayer. Just on data centres, what work are you doing there? 'Cause it seems to me AEMO aren't doing, and the ISP doesn't really consider this. Are you looking at the increased energy demands from data centres, and what does that show?
Yeah, so we are, Senator. So this is potentially a new source of very significant demand on the electricity grid, and so we are looking very carefully at what the implications of that increase in demand would be, and thinking very carefully about what sort of rules or what sort of regulatory arrangements you might want to put around them. So in some cases, we've seen overseas that governments have, for example, required those to be off-grid so that they're meeting their own electricity needs without drawing down on the grid. In other cases, that's not the case. They do draw on the grid, but they do so on the basis of investing in new renewable energy. So there are different policy choices to be made. So we're attentive to the issue and considering the best way to respond.
Have you met with Google or Amazon or Microsoft, the large users of data centres, and recently to discuss these issues?
I haven't personally met with any of them.
I don't mean you personally, sorry, but anyone from the department?
Yeah, so we have, I am aware of people in the department meeting with proponents of large data centres.
Have they, sorry, feel free to...
I was going to answer yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Have you discussed with them why those companies are choosing nuclear energy to power their data centres overseas?
It's not something they've raised with us, Senator, no.
No, but have you asked them? I mean, no.
No, it's not a question we put to them.
Don't ask, don't know, can't tell. Fair enough. But they are. I mean, it's very public. I'm sure you're aware that all of those companies I mentioned, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, are all recently announced large-scale contracts or the prospect of future contracts with nuclear energy to meet their data centre needs. Are you at all looking into that? Have you yourselves investigated why that phenomenon is occurring?
So I'm aware that it's occurring, Senator. In Australia, the current legislative and legal frameworks don't reveal that as an option, so it's not a conversation that we have.
I mean, the problem seems to be here that when I speak to people who construct data centres, they need a remarkable level of energy reliability, much, much greater than even an aluminium smelter or the most heavy industry in this country. Have you, at this stage, looked at, is solar and wind renewables, how hard you firm it, an appropriate energy source for a sort of load that needs that much reliability? Is there that much risk of a power interruption?
So, Senator, I mean, the nature of these conversations isn't really us seeking to... It's not really us seeking to solve for their energy needs. It's really to understand...
Can I just get you to repeat that? Sorry, the chair was asking me something.
So the nature of the discussions that we've had with data centres, or at least the ones I participated in, have not been us proactively seeking to solve a data centre's energy need. More, it's the data centre coming to us, the potential proponent of a data centre, to understand the Australian policy framework around energy, to then make that next consideration about what they would need to do in the Australian context in order to provide whatever, the reliability, the security and the amount of energy that they would need for their data centre.
So you've done no work. I mean, when I speak to them, they have provisions in their contract. If they lose power for 5 minutes, they'll lose massive amounts of revenue, like a year's revenue. And they tell me openly, I'm surprised they haven't told you, there's no way we're going to power this with intermittent renewables. It's just not going to work. They have to have reliable power. And obviously that's why those companies are going to nuclear energy. In Asia, they're being built with coal. I mean, this is a massive national security issue for our country, because if we don't have the type of power needed to meet that load, that data necessarily that we need and use is going to have to be stored overseas. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of, have you looked at in detail, are you working with the Department of Defence or anybody in detail about what are the load requirements of a data centre, and does that match our current pathway for electricity supply?
So our current pathway in electricity supply is guided by some very strict energy reliability, electricity reliability benchmarks. I mean, it's at 99.999998% in terms of the unserved energy usage. So it is an incredibly high standard by international standards.
But it's also true that in the latest ESU, those standards are breached within the next few years in New South Wales and Victoria, is that right?
So the ESU provides an investment signal. So one way to interpret the ESU is it provides a signal to investors about where there is the opportunity to invest into the grid.
Is it breached? It's breached. We're not on track to meet those according to AEMO in the next few years in New South Wales and Victoria, is that right?
So we would require one or two things to occur. Either we would require the additional investment that I just referred to in responding to that investment signal, or AEMO also has a range of powers that it can utilise in order to ensure that if we get to that point, that the reliability standard is met.
Big security issue for us. Thank you, Chair.
Senator, I'll just finish off very quickly with a couple more questions. Is it fair to say that that the AEMO schedule of coal plant retirement will not be met?
So again, I heard the evidence given by AEMO on this point, and I think they drew the distinction between the announced schedule by the asset owners of those coal-fired power stations and what their modelling would suggest in terms of how much of the existing coal generation capacity may leave the market by 2035. And so I think the figure they referred to was broadly 90% of the existing capacity could exit the market on that scenario under the ISP. So I think they also described it as a modelled scenario, consistent with all the assumptions that go into it. It's not a prediction. There's no policy that delivers that as a specific outcome. It's simply the result of their modelling exercise.
And this is the point. It seems to me the failures of the ISP mean that they won't be able to let it go. And as we've seen with the New South Wales government contracting a raring to stay in, I think we're going to see more and more of that, aren't we? The numbers in the just in the ISP's step change that AEMO have 2030 is 196.9 gigawatts of wind, utility and solar capacity. It's an awfully big number, awfully bigger than the 24 gigawatt of coal that's out there.
Yeah.
It only gets bigger from there out to 2050. How are we, building that much generation, putting all our eggs in a transmission basket, and can't solve the thing that I think Australians want us to achieve most, which is decarbonising the electricity grid?
Yeah.
It is, in fact, the lowest hanging fruit in the Australian economy in terms of decarbonising. If you need to decarbonise one industry, the easiest one's going to be electricity. Yet we're going to fail that, aren't we?
So, Chair, one of the additional data points to put into what you just described is the significant projection around the increase in electricity demand that we're likely to see going forward for two reasons: economic growth, but secondly, because of the decarbonisation pathway for many sectors in the economy is through electrification. So when we think about what's the gross electricity demand need, it's on a rising base. So when we think about what's required, we're going to have effectively a doubling of electricity demand over the next decade. We're going to need a tripling of renewable energy in order to hit, the government's targets in that regard. That is a very big expansion of our generation capacity, new generation capacity that's required, undoubtedly. But as I mentioned earlier, we are seeing very significant amounts of investment, very significant pipeline starting to come through now, which gives us some confidence that we're at the early stages of that acceleration.
Well, if we accept that as right, 196.9 gigawatts, take out the 24 coal, that's already a tripling of the amount of generation to current day's demand.
Yeah.
And yet we still will be keeping coal in the system. These are the sorts of things that I think the Commonwealth needs to be taking a really hard look at and starting to shake up the current regime and snap it out of this snooze that it's in, that it's not doing its job. And if you can tell me it is or demonstrate it is, I'll keep on coming back here every week to listen to you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. So yes, I mean there is a very big, transition that is underway that requires a significant amount of capital investment. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The private sector will deliver most of it without government support, but there is a need to accelerate through government support. The way I think about this is that what sits at the other side of this transition, again, the objectives: lower emissions, affordability, security, reliability. In order to get to that position and to maintain all those things all the way through the transition is a very challenging exercise, requires a lot of effort, not only at the Commonwealth level but at the state level in order to achieve that. The market bodies, we're all in terms of ensuring that this transition is a success. Every element of it needs to work well. So your points about the integrated system plan, we need that to be 100% in terms of what its contribution is. It needs to be the best possible planning document that AEMO can produce. I absolutely agree with you 100% on that. We can't afford to have any element of this transition not work well if we're going to support consumers on its way through. So I agree with your premise that we need to make sure it's a strong document. Do I have concerns that it's not serving its purpose at the moment? As I said, it continues to strengthen over time. I don't have any fundamental concerns at this stage.
I think you're right about that capital flowing to those investments. My concern is that the ISP, which is meant to be signalling where that investment goes, it's like the older analogy. If all you've got is a hammer, every problem's a nail, and to AEMO, every problem's solved by transmission, and it's not going to fix the problems of where we're trying to get to. Anyway, unless you have something else, I will let you go and let my fine fellow senators go. And thank you very much for appearing. We look forward to seeing you next week at Estes.
See you Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The hearing's closed for today.